Hello, everyone. Welcome into the webinar today. We're just getting started. We're going to have some great presenters coming up. So thanks for being here and hang tight for us. Give us just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Ketter. I'm the Southern Division Chief for California State Parks and the Vice President for the Encinitas Lifeguard Association. And I just want to welcome you to Encinitas City Hall for our day 2 of lifeguard training. Again, this is about you and what you guys do every day. And as always, we try to get you the best presenters that we can. And Dr. Lowe from Cal State Long Beach Shark Lab and his team are always the showstoppers. So please stay around for the rest of the day. We have good presenters. We actually have great presenters, but I know you guys came here to see Shark Lab. So without further ado, Dr. Lowe.
Good morning. So it's always great to talk to you guys about some of the work that we've been doing. And many of you may remember that I think we did one of these workshops back with LA County lifeguards probably 10 years ago, which was the first one we did when white sharks started showing up at beaches. And now, of course, that's a pretty common event. So in 2018, we received funding from the state of California to expand our white shark research and education program. And we've been working directly with you. In fact, the main reason why we got the funding from the state was because of the relationship that we developed with lifeguards throughout California, right? So what I'm going to talk about today is a little bit about this program that has been developed. We're in our 4th year. We have 1 more year of funding, and we're trying to seek more funding to keep us going. So let's see if this clicker will work. Oh, okay. There we go. Got it. I'll put that one over there. So basically, what we have been seeing probably over the last 10 to 15 years is an increase in white shark population. And what a lot of people have been asking is why? So it's really kind of simple. In 1999, the state of California enacted legal protection for white sharks. So it was illegal for fishermen to catch and kill them. So since 1994, populations seem to be going up. In addition, the other thing that the state of California did that probably made a big difference, not just for white sharks, but for many other species, was they banned the use of gill nets in nearshore waters. And that was a huge management factor that basically allowed a lot of populations like white sea bass to come back, leopard sharks, giant sea bass, all those species were impacted negatively by nearshore gill nets. And since 1994, we've seen all those populations recover, including white sharks. But probably one of the other big things that allow white sharks to come back has been protection of their adult food source, which are seals and sea lions, which many of you probably see on a routine basis, right? Their numbers were on the verge of extinction by the early 1900s, and now pretty much all those populations have shown tremendous signs of recovery, many of which were on the endangered species list and have come off. So it's the result of increasing seal and sea lion populations that have fed the white shark population and probably enabled a lot of that population recovery. As a shark biologist who studied shark populations for a long time, we didn't think seeing this rate of recovery was possible. So it's actually a very promising thing, right? It shows that we're doing some things right in our coastal ocean and that conservation in certain cases works really well. One of the things that, as a shark biologist, see populations that were impacted come back, I say, yay, but not everybody cheers when you say white sharks are coming back, right? So a lot of people are a little nervous about that effect. So one of the things that we have noted, and a lot of this information, anecdotal, comes from you, is that there's been a significant increase in white shark sightings over the last 10 years at California beaches, whether they be Southern California or Central California. In addition, many of you are well aware of this, we have one of the most heavily populated coastlines in the world and one that's used for ocean recreation year-round, which is kind of unique in the United States, right? So other than Florida and the Gulf, this is one of the few places where people are using ocean recreation year-round. So when you consider our population size and you consider how the oceans get used, people are in the ocean all the time in Southern California, and therefore if sharks are there, they're in and amongst sharks all the time as well. So obviously some of our beaches, Santa Monica, that's, Hermosa Beach, on a good day, they got thousands of people in the water there every day. And basically in the beginning, this is probably about 8 or 10 years ago, when white sharks first started popping up at beaches, this resulted in a lot of beach closures, and many of you had to deal with this. And of course, those beach closures have significantly increased over the last 10 years, except for the last 5, which has seemed to calm down because those sharks are out there all the time, and many of you are going, we can't close the beach every day at white sharks sighted. So the bottom line is you are learning alongside with us about the presence of those sharks and their potential risk to water users. So one of the things that we find really interesting is the fact that the white shark population is increasing. There are more people going in the water than ever before, enjoying a wider range of recreational activities, but we're not seeing a big increase in the number of bites on people. And that kind of is confounding, right? More sharks, more people, you'd expect that number to go up, but we're not seeing that. In fact, our per capita rate of bites have decreased over the last 50 years. So again, how much of this is media hype versus what actually is happening? And our goal as scientists at the Shark Lab is to get scientific data to support what explains this pattern. Nonetheless, when bites do occur, you all know it becomes a total media circus, right? And some of that media goes national. So when that happens, especially in the spring, remember we're entering shark season now, when we get that media, it will not be local, it will be national. And there are no good data indicating what the economic impacts of a shark bite is on a local community. We don't know how far those economic impacts extend and how long they remain. So there are no good data for that, but nonetheless, we do know it occurs. In addition, many of you are lacking information. In fact, that was one of the reasons why we started working with you 10 years ago, was because you're going, well, why are these sharks here? What are they doing while they're here? Are they dangerous to people? And dear God, when are they going to leave? So those are things we did not know. But for the first time, we've had the technology and the money to begin to answer those questions. And that's what we've been chipping away at. So in 2018, we received $3.75 million from the state of California to expand our work. Many of you and your cities and organizations have provided hundreds of thousands of dollars in in-kind support, many from your hours, helping us out. So the bottom line is we've learned a lot in the last 3 or 4 years, and hopefully that information is getting back to you, helping you make your job easier. So the bottom line is our program has 3 components. It has a research component, an education and outreach component. So the research component is focusing on these questions. So where are the white sharks along the coast? How are they distributed along the coast? Why are they in nearshore waters? Why are they at my beach? And then, of course, what are they doing there? How often are they near people? Are they attracted to people? Are they repulsed by people? Do they ignore people? Do they pose a significant risk to water users? And if so, which water users in particular? And how do people feel about marine wildlife? That's another study that we're doing. And then, of course, what are the economic impacts of beach closures related to shark activity or shark bites? So these are all the scientific questions that we're currently addressing. And then, of course, that information, our goal is to get that information out to you as soon as possible. Now, you always have to remember science is an ongoing process. We never have all the answers, but nonetheless, it's better to give you some incomplete information than have no information at all. So our main education program focuses on you. So our goal is to make sure that you have information directly from that science and as quickly as possible. We also have a fisher education program because we have, as numbers have increased, we're starting to see increased bycatch of white sharks at beaches. In some cases, that is intentional. There's a new law being passed through Sacramento right now that will help tighten that up. So banning the use of chumming, baiting, and luring of white sharks. In addition, we do a lot of education with your junior lifeguards. We have an education program designed just for them, and hopefully that will help future generations. And we have a new K-12 program taking this to the schools. In addition, we have our local outreach program, and it comes when you're doing outreach, you really, in Southern California, you have 2 targets. You have locals who have a certain base of knowledge, and then you have tourists that are coming from all over the world that have a completely different base of knowledge. So we're having to design outreach programs that target both of those. So right now, this program, the Shark Beach Safety Program, focuses on these 3 key tenets. So what have we learned over the last 20 years about white sharks? So basically, Southern California is a nursery. We know that starting around April, so right now, adult females will be coming back, giving birth somewhere along the coast. We don't know where. And then those pups and juveniles will show up at our beaches, and they may spend weeks to months there, and you'll hear a lot more about that in a minute. Adults, however, are typically around the offshore islands. We know that there are certain nursery hotspots in Southern California, and Dr. Anderson's going to talk more about that. So Santa Barbara, Ventura, Santa Monica Bay, Huntington Beach, Long Beach, Dana Point, San Clemente, and of course, San Diego. So all these areas tend to be where we have juveniles. Adult white sharks are pretty rare along the coastline. They're mainly around the offshore islands. So Catalina, Santa Barbara Island, San Nicolas Island, Channel Islands, and then of course north of Point Conception is where we have most of the adult activity, but it's at a different time of year than during the nursery season, which is primarily summer. So there is an offset in those 2 seasons. So to answer many of those questions that I listed, we use a variety of technologies at the Shark Lab, and we'll pass some of that around. So it's on the back table. Karina will pass around some of these different tags that we use. So one type of tag we use are called spot tags. These get bolted on the shark's dorsal fin if we catch it, and it gives us a GPS location every time that fin breaks the surface. So it'll send me or my students an email saying this is latitude, longitude, time, date, and ID number of that shark. Unfortunately, sharks are not like marine mammals. They don't have to come to the surface, so we don't get a lot of detections from those animals. We get some, but not a lot. And it's really helpful in telling us how far these animals may migrate. The other type of technology we use are called PAT tags, pop-off archiving satellite tags. And those actually get darted in the shark's back. It has a temperature, light, and depth sensor. It's recording to a little computer every 30 seconds, and at a pre-described time and date, that thing pops off, floats to the surface, and then uploads all that data to a satellite, which downloads it to my office. Gives us a really accurate record of the temperature and the depth of the water that shark moved through, but not so accurate record of its geolocation. So the other technology we use to figure out how much time sharks are spending along beaches are acoustic transmitters. And if we catch the shark, we can flip the shark upside down, surgically implant a transmitter into its body cavity, And those transmitters have a unique ID code and a 10-year battery life. So we can track an individual almost to adulthood. And for ones that are too large for us to capture, we can dart a transmitter into their back. Now, some of those acoustic transmitters have depth and temperature sensors, and we'll show you some data from some of the sharks that we've tagged using that technology as well. But anytime a shark gets within about 300 yards of one of our underwater acoustic receivers, that receiver will log the time, the date, and the ID. So we have about 80 of these acoustic receivers from Morro Bay all the way down to Coronado, and then all around many of the Channel Islands and Catalina that are constantly listening for tag sharks. Now, divers or lifeguards have to go pick up these receivers. We can download those, and then we can disseminate that data to many of you, but it takes time. It takes us about a month to download all the receivers throughout the range. In addition, we have something called a smart tag, and Dr. Anderson will talk a little bit more about that. It's basically a Fitbit that we've built for sharks. It gives us really high resolution information about what those individuals are doing while they're at a beach. So obviously we got to get these tags in or on the animals. So one way that we do that is commercial fishers who are fishing outside 3 miles. If they accidentally catch one in their nets, they'll call us up. Students and I race down, we'll meet them. We can take blood sample, tissue sample for genetics. We can take measurements. We can fit them with all these different types of tags, take them out, let them go and track them. In addition, if they're close by, we can go out, and quite often we work very closely with lifeguards on this. We can use a drone or a helicopter to spot. We can ride up alongside them and in a boat or a jet ski, and we can dart a tag into their back. If they're larger, if they're smaller and they're close to the shoreline, we can actually put a piece of gill net in front of them and entangle a shark. We have to be careful using that method because our permits won't allow us to use that method if we can't see the seafloor or if there are marine mammals around. So we only use that if we have good, clear conditions, and the sharks are under about 7 feet long is what we can manage. Obviously, this is my students' favorite way. You guys love coming out and helping us do this. We can spot, and we can quickly dart a tag in their back. So because they're aggregating at these beaches, any volunteers? Using this method, we can tag, half dozen sharks in a couple hours. So one of the challenges that we faced using this new technology is that it takes us a long time to get data, detection data to you. So we've been working with the manufacturers that produce this acoustic telemetry technology to build buoys that give us real-time data. And some of you have these real-time buoys off your coast. Many of you have access to these accounts. So now, instead of a diver having to pick it up, anytime a shark swims within 300 yards of one of those receivers, it'll log the time, the date, and ID. And it said it'll send a text alert to lifeguards, and then you can go onto the website and you can see where that shark has been and how big that shark is. So it gives you all that information, and Brian's going to talk a lot more about that technology so that those of you that aren't using it, hopefully will start using it, because we'd love to get rid of those underwater receivers and start switching to buoys. They're a far better way to go. By the way, they give you water temperature, air temperature, and we're equipping them with other environmental sensors, which some of you may want to know. What's the sea surface temperature right off the beach right now? So this is what the software looks like for you. Each one of those tiles, think of it like a baseball card for a shark that was detected within the last few hours. So right now we have 6 buoys. Brian will talk a little bit more about how to use the software. So one of the biggest questions we get are why the shark's at my beach? And we have 3 hypotheses that we think might explain that. Number 1, when a white shark is born, females give birth to them, they're on their own. And we just know that they start showing up at the beach. Our biggest hypothesis is when they're born, they're about 4.5 to 5 feet long, and they don't know they're a white shark yet. So we think the number 1 reason why they come to the beach is it's safe. It's shallow, there's fewer large predators there. And then, of course, the other factor that we think they're there for is water temperature. And Emily will be talking about how water temperature factors into a lot of their behavior. Because when they're small, they act like a cold-bodied shark. When they're bigger, they're actually endothermic. They can keep their bodies warmer as long as they're swimming, which means they can tolerate colder waters. But the young ones are too small to keep the heat. So we think that changes their behavior. And then we found that they are using these beaches for weeks and months at a time, and Dr. Anderson will talk more about that. And if they're going to be spending weeks or months at a time at a particular beach, they have to be eating. So we think the number 1 thing that they're feeding on are round stingrays or bat rays, which are really abundant at many of your beaches. So our project that we're undergoing right now that we're not going to talk about in detail because it's ongoing is what are the sharks eating when they're at these beaches? So we know that they're feeding on something. So here you can see, I think this is Del Mar, right, Pat? Yeah, so you can see stingrays bolting as these sharks are cruising around the flats. So round stingrays are probably the number one thing we're thinking of feeding on because they're the most abundant biomass of fish out in these beach areas. So what we're doing is we're doing a couple different studies. If you take a muscle sample or a blood sample, we can look at the chemical signature in that muscle or blood and use that to track what they're eating. You know the old saying, you are what you eat. So by using chemical signatures, we can match that to food that might be more common in along beach areas. We have another project where my students are trying to see if there's more food at beaches where we have aggregations and then at places where we don't. So we're out doing beach seines, we're deploying BRUVs, which are remote underwater video cameras that we can put to see what's around those areas, to try to count how much food is out there. And then the last technique that we're using, which is kind of cool, is eDNA sampling. So we can actually take a couple liters of water from a beach, and that's basically, think of it like a DNA soup. And then we can go through and probe for all the different species. So for example, we've been able to probe for white shark DNA and figure out how much DNA is in that volume of water. And now we can do that for the prey as well. So just by taking water samples at a beach, we'll be able to tell how much white shark is here, how much round stingray is here, how much all the other potential things that they're eating. So right now that technique is new. We're doing some calibration on that, but we'll hopefully be doing some water sampling off your beaches. And this could become a monitoring tool in the future. So one of the things that we're also doing is many of you have been keeping stingray injury records for many, many years. We've been hitting many of you up for records. If any of you, if we haven't hit you up, we'd love to get access to your stingray records because what we'd like to be able to do is correlate stingray injuries to juvenile white shark presence. Because one of the things we think is happening is that those white sharks that are at those beaches may actually be decreasing the stingray population, and therefore you might see a decrease in number of injuries. The other possibility is they're not decreasing the stingray abundance because it's so high that they're not putting a dent in it. So we want to know whether you're seeing a decrease in stingray-related injuries. The other possibility is they may be driving stingrays even closer to shore, which means you increase your rate of injury. So right now, getting access to those records will give us a really good idea of what impact might they be having on other water user injury rates. So one of the other projects that we've started recently is trying to get a handle on how good our education and outreach program is working. And one of the challenges in quantifying that is understanding people's perceptions of marine wildlife. What are people's perceptions of sharks, of stingrays, of marine mammals, that sort of thing. So we conducted a study last summer. It was an online survey. I'm working with a psychologist at Cal State Long Beach who specializes in the study of fear. So this is right up her alley. So we got 400 people that responded to the survey last year, and it takes about 40 minutes to do the survey. And basically what it does is it evaluates people's attitudes towards sharks based on their knowledge. So remember, in the media, there's lots of misinformation out there about sharks, and people are programmed to fear them. And what's really interesting about this is that we found that prior to Shark Week in July, people's attitudes towards sharks and stingrays were more negative than during Shark Week and after Shark Week. So as bad as Shark Week is, it may actually be having a positive effect on changing their attitudes about sharks, which in the end makes our job easier because when you have a bite at your beach, the question is, what can we do to mitigate those effects? So we minimize economic impacts. So there's a lot more to come from this study. We're still ongoing. Now we're starting to get into more details about people's attitudes towards stingrays. And it turns out that their attitudes towards stingrays, they're more fearful of stingrays if they're local than they are of sharks. And that's because most of them have probably been stung and therefore have felt the pointy end of those. But they haven't been bitten by a shark yet. So they're beginning to realize that that hype about shark bites is probably way overemphasized and that they should be more worried about stingrays. In addition, we're doing a tourism study. So I'm working with a tourism expert, and she did 150 face-to-face surveys last year, primarily targeting people that are coming to our beaches to visit. They're tourists. So basically what she was trying to look at is, does their knowledge of sharks or anything they've heard in the media or stingrays or pollution or whatever affect their decisions on what beaches they're going to select and what activities they're going to participate in. So we're still going through, that's a big data set to go through. It's still being analyzed. But one of the really interesting things was there were free response surveys, and you can do these word cloud things. These were the things that they disliked. These are the things that they liked. And one of the things I want to point out is dislikes. Sharks are very small over here. The size of the letter indicates the number of responses. likes, sharks are pretty big. So believe it or not, it doesn't appear to be influencing people's attitudes as tourists to come to your beach, despite the fact that there's been news about sharks in our coastal waters. The other thing that we're looking at, and this is a really important one for many of the cities, are what are the economic impacts of beach closures? So every time you close a beach, people aren't going to the water. If they're not going in the water, are they going to another beach to go in the water? And are they taking that money with them? Every time a person is bitten, and that makes national media, how big is that bubble? So how far does it extend? And I'll give you an example. A few years ago, remember, a woman was bitten off churches, right? And that was in the month of April. I was at a city council meeting in Huntington Beach where I heard that the hotel industry claimed they lost $7 million in hotel reservations in the month of May as the result of that bite in April, making national news. So remember, that's 60 miles away. That's not even in the same community where the bite occurred. So from a tourism standpoint, we just don't know how big that economic impact is. And if we begin to understand that and people's attitudes, and our messaging and education is right, we think we can mitigate a lot of those effects. So the bottom line is right now we're trying to get more data. This has never been done in the US, believe it or not. So this will be the first time that's ever been done. Okay, so the next talk we're going to have is by Dr. James Anderson. He's going to talk about some of the movement data that we've been collecting over all of California and some of the patterns that we're beginning to see. By the way, if at any point you guys have questions, just feel free to pipe in. We'll have question time at the end, but anytime you have questions, this is very informative.
Perfect. You're hired.
All right. That's good. Okay. My PowerPoint's particularly janky, so this might take a little while. Can we go to this start slide? There we go. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and everyone online as well. So I'm going to run you through our tagging and monitoring efforts over the last few years. And Chris has gone through a lot of my initial slides, so we'll be able to kind of get through some of that more quickly, which is probably good. But we'll recap and review and take you through the steps. So just to kind of give you an outline of where we're going to go with this, I was going to talk to you a little bit about white shark habitat. Chris covered some of that. I still will, just a few extra little points. We'll look at some of the tools of the trade, so what we use for tagging and monitoring, just a little bit more detail on some of the things we're doing. We will start taking a broader look at what we've actually been managing to get out there and tag and how we've been doing that in the last few years. Finally, we'll get through the detection and habitat use patterns. So we're looking at what we're seeing, where we're seeing them, the seasonality, how long they're staying for, how resident they are, all these kinds of ideas. And then just kind of wrap it up and kind of point to where we want to take this in the future. So as Chris kind of pointed out to you guys already, Southern California provides a habitat for juvenile white sharks. So this nursery habitat is both primary and secondary. And what primary means is essentially it's for young of the year and neonates. So these are animals that are hanging out usually in more restricted areas. And then the secondary habitat is for juveniles that are slightly larger. So anything from kind of 2-year-olds through to kind of 5, 6-year-olds when they start pushing that 7 to 8 to 9 foot kind of barrier. And so these animals may have larger space use areas, but they will tend to overlap at the same time because they're all in there for the same reasons. So they're still all just trying to forage, and they're trying to hide. Because believe it or not, there's no love between sharks and their families. Their parents will come in and eat them. Their uncles and their brothers and their aunties will all come in and eat them. And one of the things that you'll notice about your waters a lot of time is it's kind of murky. The visibility is poor, so it's a great place to hide. A great place to find food, too. So that's why the stingrays are there as well, right? Because they're all just kind of hiding too. But so yeah, we think that that's one of the reasons why that they particularly like California, Southern California beaches. So the traditional view was that, yeah, we have seasonal aggregations of these animals. So they're showing up, the parents are showing up, some of them are offshore, they're dropping off pups. The pups swim in and they hang out at the beaches anywhere from April through October. And then when the waters get cooler, they disappear. And what we've been noticing over the last few years is that these trends don't necessarily seem to be holding true, or things are starting to change. We're also seeing that animals are starting to show up in more northerly latitudes. So we've been seeing neonates and young of the year that are showing up in Monterey, places further north, and even with the adults, we're seeing further expansion of the range of white sharks as adults as well. So that picture is starting to change. And then the adults, we generally, as Chris was saying, we don't see them in shore areas in Southern California, particularly during the summer. You tend to find them more associated with the offshore islands and other areas such as the Channel Islands, stretches of the coast in Central California, as well as up in the north. So tagging-wise, Chris kind of talked to you a little bit about some of the things we use. These are our standard equipment acoustic transmitters. So the difference between the two is essentially the battery size and longevity of it, and then the power of the signal that it can transmit. So they both emit these coded signals, so that the code basically allows the receiver to translate the date, the time, and then the ID of the animal. So anytime it goes within detection range, it logs that for us, and then when we download the information, we can see who was where and when and how long they were there for. So the larger tags, we generally put in the larger animals. The smaller ones, we generally put in smaller animals because it's just more comfortable. The smaller ones use a smaller anchor, but the battery life is also less. So those little ones will last for a couple of years. The big ones can be anything up to 10 years. The satellite transmitters, the typical ones we go with, as Chris was saying, are these pop-off archival tags. So you have a little sort of surf key there, the fin key, for reference of the size. So these things will dart into the back. They will be carried usually for about 6 months. They're logging information about every 5 seconds. And so if you can recover that tag, you get the full archive, and you get the full range of information on where it was, the depth it's swimming at, and the water temperatures it prefers. And really what that allows us to do is, whereas these acoustic tags are more for the receivers, which are all inshore, they're things that we have to maintain. We obviously can't be out in the open ocean. You can only get to certain depths. These are tracking the animal wherever it goes, and so it's useful for looking at their migration patterns. And so we can put these on the babies, we can put them on the adults, and we get to see roughly where they go and when, and how those patterns change and vary with seasonality, how they change from year to year. So these are all different tags that were put on a bunch of juveniles a few years back, and this animation just generally shows you what they were doing. So some of these were carried for a full 6 months, some of them only carried for a few weeks, depending on the animal. They tend to not like them. They're kind of bulky, and I think it's just kind of like itchy. And what you see when you get them back is they kind of damaged, and I think the animals go down and they basically scrape them off against the rocks and against the substrate, just trying to get a shot of them. Okay, moving through. And then we have the smart tags. So like Chris said, these are essentially like a Fitbit. So we will, if we catch an animal, whether we net it or if we get an animal from a commercial fishing collaboration that we have going, essentially what happens is that's kind of a clamshell thing. We will clamp it onto the dorsal fin. It has a galvanic release, so it's really only there for 2 or 3 days at the most. And the whole time it's recording data by the millisecond. So we get very, very high resolution information. It measures all of the movements of the animals in 9 different axes. So basically we've got the camera there as well, and we will track the animal as it's on it, and we can see every single movement it's doing. So whether an animal is in a nursery area, whether it's at a foraging site, whatever, we can determine exactly what its behaviors are and exactly what it's doing. It allows us to really piece together the fine story of what animals are actually trying to do when they're in a given area. So these are some of the, that one doesn't work, does it? Let's try that one. Yeah, so these are some of the information we get back, and when you piece them all together, you get something like this. And so what you're seeing here is an animal coming in, and it's doing this series of tight loops, and then it disappears off, starts on a straight line again. And when you compare these kind of behaviors to what you see in other animals, particularly migratory birds, you'll see very similar patterns when they're sleeping. So migratory birds obviously are making long-distance journeys. They don't stop flying to sleep. They just end up doing circles. And we think that might be what was happening with this animal when it was making this series of tight loops. We don't know yet. More information we can get, the better we can start to piece these things together. But they allow us to get some really cool insights into their behaviors and their ecology. So tagging-wise, some of you guys work with us, and actually a lot of the tagging effort we do, you guys provide the critical support that we wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Will this work? There we go. So drones are also the game changer for us. Since we started using them for our efforts, we've really been able to step up our tagging effort and our operational efficiency. But essentially, we put a drone up, we scour an area, surveys, we find an animal, and once we've got it, Patrick, who's usually flying, will get on the radio, tell us where it is. We will creep up behind it. A lot of the time, these guys, again, we think they're just sleeping, so they tend to not notice we're there. You just kind of come in slowly, and then you can dart a tag into the skin right next to the dorsal fin. And so we do this on the back of the jet ski sometimes, like Chris has showed you. We'll do it off of the surf rescue ribs. We've done it off of harbor patrol boats. You guys are often, as I say, critical to providing that support. The other thing that we do is work with commercial fishers. So if they are out catching white sea bass or something like that, and they snag an animal and it's in good shape, they'll bring it back. They'll give us a call. And as Chris said, we'll get down to the harbor. We'll implant tag surgically. We'll take a bunch of biological samples. And then what's really cool is that these animals that are caught 3 miles offshore compared to the ones that are hanging out inshore exhibit very different lifestyles. So these animals don't tend to come into the inshore aggregations, they don't hang out in the same way, and often we don't hear from them for several years until they're bigger, and then they start showing up at receivers that are further north or associated with the offshore islands. So there's two distinct behavioral sets that seem to be apparent from what we're getting from our tagging operations. So in terms of monitoring, Chris briefly talked about this, and Brian's going to talk to you more about our receivers, but we have two basic ones that we install on moorings in the seafloor, so they look a little bit like those two guys in the hand, and then we have the real-time buoys that are really good, providing us with a lot of useful information, and the real-time stuff's very cool to be able to see it coming on your phone. Brian's going to talk to you more about those. And in terms of receiver coverage, at any one time, we have about 70 to 80 receivers out between Morro Bay and Coronado. And that's a really long distance to be able to have to cover, and also getting access to those areas is also pretty tricky. And again, you guys are often critical in helping us actually get to them, because there aren't boat ramps everywhere, there aren't places we can put a boat in everywhere, and having you guys support us and take us out to get to these places is really critical. So 2021, we also have access to some of our collaborators' receivers, and so we're now able to actually get detection data all the way up into San Francisco, as well as having collaborators in Mexico, so we can track animals that are going down to Mexico as far as Vizcaíno Bay and out to Guadalupe as well. So in terms of where these hotspots are, so every year these animals seem to show up, and the location of these aggregation hotspots has been seasonally variable. It changes from, not necessarily from year to year, but every 2 to 3 years it seems to change. So the last 2-3 years we've had aggregations that have been centered around Del Mar and Solana Beach, as well as up in Santa Barbara, but that's not always been the case. So 2010, the biggest aggregation site was Will Rogers Beach in northern Santa Monica Bay. 2013, that had shifted down to Redondo, but still in Santa Monica Bay. By 2015, where we were seeing the animals, had shifted south again to Long Beach, and from basically Long Beach all the way down to kind of Newport area. 17, it's still much the same, but we had two separate aggregations going on this time. So there was an aggregation in Long Beach that was hanging out toward Belmont, and then we also had a secondary aggregation down here in San Clemente and Dana Point, with some interaction of animals going between the two sites, some shuttling between. And so it's difficult to know when they're going to show up, and it's difficult to know where they're going to show up, and that's part of what we're doing with this monitoring, with these analyses, is trying to be able to find ways to predict that, whether we're using the tagging and the tracking, whether we're using environmental studies with temperature, whether we're using diet studies. All of these things to try to help better predict, manage, and essentially control risk. So why do we care? Well, this is what's going on, right? So you have sharks that are showing up at beaches, the sharks showing up in great big numbers, and lots of you guys know, your surfers, your locals, they don't really care. They're used to them by now, and they're kind of used to seeing them. It's not really a big problem. But the public perception is different. There's a risk that has to be understood and managed. And then there's, as Chris was pointing out too, the socioeconomic factors that can impact heavily if something does go wrong. All right, so on to some of the tagging efforts. I'm just going to run you through some of the years. So 2018, what we used to see, and I want to refer you to the graph that you see in the top right of all of these next few slides. So they're basically showing you the frequency of the size classes, and typically what we used to see was the numbers, the highest numbers of animals we'd see were the small size class, the neonates and the young of the year. So these were the ones we would encounter the most, and basically where we're tagging is where the aggregations are occurring, and we'll tag what we can find. So if you're finding more small animals, we'll tag more small animals. Find more big animals, we'll tag more big animals. So 2018, yeah, dominated by the small ones. By comparison to what we're getting out these days, it wasn't a bumpy year, but at the time, that was a good year. This was kind of before we started putting drones into good use. So we tagged a few off of Santa Barbara. These were mostly smaller animals, a few of the larger ones too. And then up at Diablo Canyon, at the nuclear power plant, that's basically what we now call the spa. It's where larger animals seem to come and hang out, especially when the power plant's actually running. They just seem to sit in the hot water outlet. When they shut down one of the reactors or they turn off one of the cooling stations, the water temperature drops and all the sharks disappear. So they like to hang out while they're transiting up and down at the spa, which is, makes sense to me. So yeah, that's where we get access to some bigger animals. It's a good, reliable site to try and find them. 2019, we saw a slight change, so we're still seeing the similar kind of numbers of the neonates, but we started to see more of the slightly larger ones, so 2-3-year-olds into the 4-5-year-olds. So animals that were pushing 7 feet, 8 feet, and a few of the slightly larger ones too. So the numbers seem to be growing, as well as actually the sizes as well. So this speaks to that idea that Chris was talking about population recovery. So the more animals that are out there surviving, the more they're actually producing offspring. And it's not only the adults that are surviving, it's now also the juveniles that are surviving too. So we seem to be seeing more and more larger fish starting to hang out. So again, where we were seeing them was kind of Ventura, Santa Barbara, up at the spa, and then the numbers and the sizes just kept on getting bigger. 2020 was the bumpy year. That was when essentially things just seemed for us to go crazy. So we started off the year getting some tags out up at Diablo, and then we started noticing animals were hanging out at Santa Barbara, so we found some smaller ones to start with, and then they got bigger, and they got bigger, and they got more, we got more. And then, the secondary aggregations sprung up down in Solana and Del Mar, and just more and more animals. And so we had a bumpy year tagging of a bunch of animals. And again, what you notice is now the frequency of the neonates is going down, and the number of animals that we're seeing that are getting bigger and bigger is going up. So we've got larger size classes and larger amounts of animals in those size classes. And what's also going on here is these animals are getting more and more resident. So that seasonality that we were seeing, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, kind of starting to disappear, and the animals just hanging out, not going anywhere. And then 2021, also another bumpy year. The problem we actually had in 2021 was that we ran out of tags. So we had to wait for more tags to be made and shipped to us, and then we started putting more tags out, and then we actually realized that we had exceeded our permit, had to stop and get new permits, and that took a little bit of time, so we basically had to give up. So I think in 2020, we put out 63 tags, and in 2021, we'd got to 54, and it's like, oh crap, we need to stop now. But it wasn't a lack of sharks that caused us to stop, it was literally, we ran out of tags, and then we ran out of permit, essentially. So a lot of animals, and again, the numbers we're seeing in those larger size classes just keep going up and up. So it speaks to that population recovery. So going back to this idea of seasonality, just looking at 2018, this one very much conformed to what we would expect in terms of animals showing up, having a peak around May, and then it's kind of disappearing. So the animals disperse. Maybe it got colder, maybe they got eaten, who knows? But either way, the total number of detections we were seeing of tagged animals just dropped off as the summer progressed. 2019, what we're essentially seeing, so you can compare the scales on the y-axis on the left side here. So, we were peaking at around 40,000 detections in 2018, and then in 2019, we're peaking at around 120,000. So that's a function of both tagging more animals, but not hugely more in those years, but also those animals starting to be more resident. So we're seeing the animals actually just hang out longer in specific places. So part of that is a function of knowing where they are, so we can actually put the receivers in places and monitor them better, but it's also just they are literally not going anywhere. And so the season ran later in 2019. They dispersed a little bit later than we'd expected to. That may be a function of temperature, maybe a function of food availability, or both of those combined. We don't really know for sure, but they didn't necessarily all disappear either. So we were still getting detections into December. 2020, these black circles that you see basically delineate residency. And so the bigger the circle, the more resident the animals are. So we had a number of hotspots going up and down the coastline. We detected 63 individual animals. Their size ranges were anything from neonate around 4.5 feet through to 12 feet. As I said, there were several residency hotspots. So in Santa Barbara County, we detected 21 individual animals, 21 in San Diego County too, and then in San Luis Obispo, we detected 23. So again, lots of those animals were coming up into the spa and basically transiting up from there to Pismo and Estero and back down to the Channel Islands. And then, here we see that residency pattern and the seasonality really start to shift. So we see a little peak in April, which was what we expect. That's when the females are coming in and dropping pups. But the animals just kept on coming. We got more and more animals. We put tags out, more animals, put tags out. And we never ran out of animals to tag. It was insane. And they just didn't go away. So that's why we're seeing 300,000 detections in December. So 2021, another bumpy year. We had 84 individual animals detected, even though we only tagged 54. So a lot of those animals are repeated. They're returning animals. So we had animals that were being picked up that had originally been tagged in 2017 through 2021. Again, similar kind of size ranges, anywhere between 6 and 12 feet. And the two major hotspots being Santa Barbara and Del Mar. So just going through the numbers of detections we had, just kind of really delineates this. Up at the spa there, that's up in Santa Cruz County, So this is from our collaborator receivers around 1100. Monterey was kind of quiet, so we have 94. I put the Spa and Morro Bay, 554 detections. So these could come from 1 to 2 animals that are hanging out, or they could come from a bunch of animals that have been passing through. 810,000 in Santa Barbara. Those animals just didn't go anywhere. They sat there all year long, and again, there was just more and more animals, more and more tags out. They just didn't go anywhere. Through Ventura, a few passing through, same in LA County, Orange County, 302,000 in Del Mar and Solana Beach. So a lot of animals hanging out down that way too. And this is also Coronado as well, so some good residency going on in Coronado. And then again, that seasonality disappears. So we don't have animals dispersing as it gets colder. They're just hanging out. And so what is going on with the environment? Why is this all changing? And these are parts of the questions that we're trying to answer. These things that Emily's looking at, because Emily's focus is on temperature, and she's going to talk to you more about that in just a few moments. But basically the point is, yeah, you've got a lot of animals right now. It seems to be all good. Nothing's gone wrong yet, but they're not going anywhere. The size classes are changing. The animals are getting bigger, and as they get bigger, behaviors start to change. And that's something that we need to understand, monitor, and be able to inform you guys about, and as well as the general public. So looking at habitat use by latitude, just really pointing out the variability that we see. So this is 2018 through 2021. This is Mexico down here, so Bahia Vizcaíno and Guadalupe, and you see some random use here and there. A lot of that's because we don't necessarily have the same coverage and the same presence of receivers that we try to maintain ourselves. San Diego County, you can see, became more and more heavily used by animals over the years. So as we approach 2020, 2021, it gets more important. Orange County shows the kind of reverse trend of that. It was more important in 2018, 2019, and becomes more of a passing through point as the years go on. Then LA County seems to be blow-bys, animals that are transiting from one location to another. A bit much like that with Ventura, although Ventura gained more importance as the years progressed into 2020. And then Santa Barbara County, this is really all up at Padera, so it starts getting heavy. And then similarly, up in San Luis Obispo with the Spa and other places, Estero and Pismo, that starts getting more and more important, as we pointed out in 2020. And so then looking at last year, going through the same sort of ideas. So these are all our numbers of all the animals that were tagged or detected even. So Mexico, hard to say what's going on. San Diego County, they're just there. They don't go anywhere, they're just there. And then animals that do disappear, more animals show up and put more tags out. So they're just resident, hanging out in Del Mar, Solana Beach, Coronado, not going anywhere. Orange County, much the same, so blow-bys. LA County, Ventura, a little bit more important. We had some aggregations that were hanging out for a little while. Santa Barbara, the same deal, animals just hanging out and not going anywhere. And then we're starting to see those animals that are actually transiting all the way through and heading up into Monterey, Santa Cruz, and places like that, and we'll see some of that in just a minute. So some of you guys might have seen this animation from last year. This is basically all of our acoustic detection patterns. So where you see quick flashes and dots moving quickly, that's when you have a series of successive locations. So it's obviously speeded up as we go through the years. I can't stop these things from transiting overland unless I put in fake points, so they're not actually going overland or up the 5. It's just the way it looks. But basically what you're looking to see here is that these animals, as we go through, a lot of these animals are animals that have been tagged historically, and they keep coming back and keep being detected. And so you see these movement patterns, these migration patterns from Bahia Vizcaíno back to Southern California. We see them go to Guadalupe and back, and we see them migrating out to the Channel Islands and other places, and then we start to see them migrating up to the north. And essentially what this is changes in habitat use as they start getting older. So as they start to branch out, they start to learn their environments quicker. And what you would see if you were able to pinpoint these better, of what you often see, is the durations of those transits, those voyages, become a lot quicker as they start getting older. So when they first make their way from, say, Los Angeles down to Vizcaíno Bay, that's a sort of slow and arduous journey, and then when they come back, it's very, very quick. And similarly, if they end up making repeated journeys back down there, it's the same deal. So 2020, around November, it gets cold. The sharks all leave Santa Barbara, and they start using the Channel Islands, and they hung out in the Channel Islands for some time, which was kind of surprising. So this is 2021, same deal. So you can see all those animals that are transiting up and down between San Diego, as well as animals that are hanging out Santa Barbara, going to the Channel Islands, and then cruising all the way up as far north as San Francisco, essentially. So I guess the take-home point is that these animals are all using the entire stretch of coastline. So you guys represent lifeguards, cities, management agencies from all up and down California. And so it's not just San Diego that needs to be worried. It's not just the Del Mar folks that need to be worried, or not necessarily worried, but just be apprised of this. These animals are going up and down everywhere. They are transiting along coastlines, and they're going to be coming through your beaches at some point. So it's worth knowing this and knowing the information, the biological information that surrounds them. So, as general summaries, as I've kind of pointed out, there's an increasing trend in observations and encounters of white sharks at beaches all along Southern California, and in certain places, those animals aren't going anywhere, and those numbers of observations and encounters are just skyrocketing. The number of sharks from different size classes is getting increasingly variable. It speaks to this population recovery, so we're seeing more and more sharks, and we're seeing those sharks starting to get larger and larger because they're surviving, they're making it through the years. And the variability and the distribution of those hotspots is changing. It's becoming more complicated, more complex, and trying to understand where they're going to be and when they're going to be is really the big challenge for me. We're still working on data to be able to predict occurrence and residency. And actually, as I've kind of tried to emphasize, our work with you guys is really what makes all this possible. It's critical. So our operational efficiency is massively boosted. Our ability to get in the water and either put tags out or get our receivers out, or you guys getting receivers for us, really makes everything work. It's what allows us to get the data that we get. So if there are agencies, lifeguards, Harbor Patrol, anybody who wants to, increase their own monitoring efforts, and we are more than happy to collaborate with any of you guys and try to get more work done, try to get more monitoring going on. And if there's time for questions, I'll take questions, or we can talk afterwards. I guess we're talking afterwards. All right, so next up is Emily. She's going to be telling you about her research. Oh, sorry, it's Brian. I lied. Brian's going to tell you about the receivers. Thanks, guys.
Everyone. So my name is Brian. I'm one of the technicians for the Shark Lab, and I'm going to be going through some of the technology that we're using for acoustic monitoring. So we work with a company called Encinitas to tag all these sharks. They manufacture the tags, the receivers, and the live buoys. And so they've built up this system to enable us to gather the data and then provide it to you. So I'm going to go over how we collect that data, how you can help us collect that data, and then how we can provide up-to-date data on where these sharks are relatively quickly. This one. There we go. So this is based around Fathom Central, which is kind of the core site that Encinitas uses and that we use to gather this data. So I'm going to go over Fathom Mobile, which is an app that we can use to actually download the acoustic receivers. Fathom Central, which is where all that data ends up. It's the repository of data. And then Fathom Live, which is where all of the live buoy data ends up and where you can see live detections. So as I said, we have Fathom Mobile, which is the app for the receivers, and then Live is for the buoys. So for Fathom Mobile, we can use this to quickly and easily offload detection data from these acoustic receivers so you can figure out where the sharks have been. We can set up accounts with lifeguards and collaborators so that we can gather all this data into our central database. The app is Android, and we can actually provide you a phone if you want to help us out with downloading these receivers so that we can get you data very quickly. So the benefit of this system, the app-based system, is it's fast and easy data to get. Once you get the receiver up in air, you can just download it real quick over Bluetooth and then send that data to us, and then we can provide a report to you about which sharks are around your area and when and where. So, quick tutorial on how easy it is to download a receiver. So you just have to find the groove on the or just near the hydrophone. You just take this magnet and insert it in there, and then a LED will start flashing steadily. That turns on Bluetooth. So then you can take your app, you can scan for the receiver, you can wait for that to appear on your app, and then you just tap on the serial number that matches for that receiver. And then here you have all the information about how many detections you have, battery life, and so on this receiver. So then you can download just by hitting the download icon up in the corner. You can just hit offload new data, and there you go. Now we're getting data offloaded from here into the database. So offload has started and offloaded, and now if we've already set up a shared workspace with you guys, then that data gets uploaded to Fathom Central, and we get immediate access. So you could be out on the boat and downloading, and data is streaming into us in real time. Okay. You can also, if you don't have internet on that phone, data can just go straight onto the phone. You get into Wi-Fi, and then you can sync the data to the cloud. We can set up a shared workspace, as I said before, so we can all link together and share data in that way. So once you offloaded from a receiver, and I can pass this around so you can take a look, then data will be uploaded to Fathom Central. That can be uploaded either using the app, or we can just drag files in if we download using a PC. So we're currently using this as our data repository, where our collaborators can offload and sync data using the app, and then we can gather that data here. So users in the shared group can all access the files as soon as they're uploaded. Okay, so to sign in, you'll just go to fathomcentral.com. We can set anyone here up with an account so they can get this shark monitoring data. You'll sign in here, and then what you see is your personal workspace. So to see the shared workspace where we're all downloading and sharing there, you can just change your shared workspace. We've already set this up with several different agencies. So you can view the shared files here, and then each of these files has all the detection data from a receiver on a given deployment. You can even click on each of these files and then see diagnostic data and such as well off these receivers, so things like temperature and tilt data that's being logged as well. So once we get this data, then we can provide a report. This is the important part for you. So we get all this data together, and I'll actually provide or create some of these plots. So just to walk through kind of how to interpret this, on the top here, this is a bubble plot. So each of these bubbles represents a monitoring station. That's where a receiver is deployed. And then the size of the bubble is how many shark detections were on that station. So if you take a quick look at this map, you can see where we're monitoring and what the shark activity looks like in that location. So as an example on here, you can see at this given plot, we had a lot of activity off of Coronado and Del Mar, not so much off of Oceanside. So it's a quick at a glance, where are the sharks at the moment. And then in detail, we have an abacus plot down below. So each dot represents a detection, and it's color-coded by the shark ID. So shark ID represents an individual shark. So you can see this is a time series where each row represents that monitoring station, which is matched with the map up top, so you know where we're talking about. And then on the x-axis, we have time. So you can see which sharks are near your stations at any given time. Along with this, we are also providing shark tagging metadata. So the table here shows which sharks are represented on that plot. You can use this to see information like how large is that shark when we tagged it. That's an important detail, though, is we provide the tag date, and that represents the length at that date. These sharks are growing about 1 foot per year. So if we tagged a shark in 2020, now that shark is going to be about 2 feet bigger. So if you see one of these pop up and it says 6.5 feet, actually add about 2 years to that, so 2 feet. And then it'll also show where these were tagged. Often these sharks will end up coming back to the places where they were originally tagged. Okay, now I'll move on to the live data. So that's all great for the standalone receivers, but as Chris mentioned, it can take us a month or more to download these, and so real-time data is really key, especially for what you're using it for. So live buoys will allow users to be instantly alerted of the presence of tagged animals. So if a shark swims by one of these acoustic receivers on a buoy, you can get a text message immediately, letting you know that that shark is nearby. So these buoys are constructed of several parts. We have the receiver, which is down here, which sits in the water, and this is what detects the tags. The range on these can be up to half a mile, so anywhere in that buoy. The receiver can measure tilt and temperature, so you can get some environmental data. The hub is located within the payload section of the buoy, and this contains the cell modem, which will transmit using a cell network so that you can get that text alert. And this will also measure tilt and temperature, so that way you can get the air temperature as well. And then the tower, this is where the solar panels and the antenna arrays are. So these can be deployed for several months at a time without having to touch them, up to a year or so. Okay, so to sign in to get this data, you'll go to live.fathomcentral.com. This trips people up sometimes when they're trying to sign in. They have 2 sign-in pages. So if you're trying to get Fathom Live data, you need to click the one down below, which says Sign in with Fathom. That'll bring you to the region page. So if there were more than one region, we would have multiple tiles here, but everything in Southern California is based in one region. So you can click on there to see the map. So here we have our animal tracking tab. So you can change the station showing which buoy's data you want to see. So here we're seeing data just from the Santa Barbara buoy. You can view a chart of the number of unique animals and the total animal detections over time. You can click over here to see the hub status, so you can view things like, air temperature and the tilt of the hub, as well as water temperature and the tilt of the receiver and battery life. And then this last icon is when the last sync was for when data was uploaded. And usually that's every minute. Okay. Then down below we have our tiles of sharks. So as Chris mentioned before, we have lots of sensor tags out as well now. So you'll see a range of different icons. So you'll either see a few of these icons or all of them. So first we have the number of detections. We have the time since the last detection, the temperature of the tag. So you can view that as what the shark is experiencing, not necessarily what the buoy is experiencing. And then the depth of the tag. So here we see 0. That means this shark is right up at the surface. And then all of these tiles represent sharks detected on the entire network. So all our buoys from Coronado to Santa Barbara at the moment will be represented in this cloud of tiles. So you can click on each tile to see more information about that given shark. So critical information for you would be how large is it? And that's displayed right here just by clicking on it. You can also see where it was last detected, so you can see if it recently moved, let's say from Del Mar to Coronado, as we've recently seen. There's also some environmental monitoring, so you can see information from probes that we have that also sit at the bottom. So these are temperature and dissolved oxygen probes. That data can be viewed here. There's an animals tab, so you can click on that and see all the sharks that we've ever tagged. That information is free for you to take a look at. So here we can change our preferences. This is another kind of important thing because lifeguards often say, I'm getting way too many alerts and I want to change that, and here's how you do that. So you can go into settings and then you can look at your profile. You can change all the alerts and how often you're getting those here. So you can set this threshold. What that'll allow you to do is scale back to getting many alerts or getting fewer alerts. So the way this works is you'll get a detection, and if you've set this to the many alert side, just the 1 hour, then you're gonna get, if that shark sticks around, you're gonna get an email alert or a text alert every single hour, which a lot of people don't want that because these sharks are here for years at a time. So you can set that over to fewer, so you can get maybe 1 a day. All right, so just to wrap up, I talked about Fathom Mobile and how that can enable rapid offloading of data so that we can get data from in the ocean out to our database and then provide you with information quickly. And Fathom Central is where that data gets uploaded to so we can get those summary reports to you quickly. And then Fathom Live, which is kind of our gold standard of live data, that is enabling you to see sharks, where tagged sharks are, down to the minute. All right, that's all I have, so thank you. Next up, we have Patrick Rex, who will be talking to you about his project.
All right, can you guys hear that? Okay. Cool. All right, thank you for the introduction, and let's get into some results of my master's thesis. So as we know, California has one of the largest ocean economies in the world, generating about $18 billion every single year, and $2.5 billion of that is generated specifically at beaches. So the presence of sharks in our nearshore area can actually affect beach use. There's obviously some concerns of beach safety, so life and limb of people using the beaches. And when bites do happen, it can actually depress beach use in those specific areas for up to 3 months after that. So not even just bites, but high shark presence in these areas can actually reduce surfing by 28% in these areas. So bites are exceptionally rare, and they're the vast minority of human-shark interactions, but they're actually driving shark policy. So mitigation of shark bite mitigation is extremely expensive. So like in Australia, they have lethal removing of sharks in the area, and that costs up to $38 million every single year. And even beach closures can cost coastal economies like $50,000 per closure day. So the question is why, if this will go, why do we care about specifically juvenile white shark bites in California? So white sharks account for 97% of all confirmed unprovoked bites in California. And large juveniles and small subadults are thought to be involved in a high frequency of these bites. So this is the size range where they're transitioning from stingrays and small fish to marine mammals. They're learning how to hunt, and this is when they might actually make mistakes and unfortunately bite people. So as we talked about, juveniles do form mixed size classes. So they form aggregations from 4.5 feet at birth to 10 feet, which does put them in that large juvenile, small subadult size range. So we know the population is increasing. So the question is whether this is actually affecting beach safety. So this requires an accurate yet difficult to perform risk assessment for shark bites. But once we can do this, we can create safe and effective shark policies, not just for us, but also for this endangered species as well. So to do this, we need to understand how both humans and sharks use the nearshore area. I think it's safe to say everyone here knows how people use the nearshore area, but let's look at how juvenile white sharks do. So scientifically, what we know, James talked a lot about it, but they show high residency to some of these beach areas, and they return to Southern California every single year if they even leave. They're generally using very shallow waters, so within 30 feet, which brings them very close to shore, and they also exhibit what we call patrolling behaviors. So this is a really long, straight swim parallel to shore until they reach the end of the beach, and then they'll just turn right around and swim parallel to shore again as well. Now, most of these studies rely on acoustic telemetry, which really only gives us presence and absence data. So this creates a gap in knowledge for really how close to shore these sharks are coming, how close to people they're coming, and how long they're staying in these close proximities. So without a clear understanding of when humans and sharks are in these close proximities, we simply can't do this risk assessment. So the goals of my project were to, 1, determine which groups of people have the most overlap with juvenile white sharks, 2, assess how the environment, so wave height, wave period, tidal range, how this affects these overlaps, and 3, quantify juvenile white shark behavior during these interactions. So how are they behaving when they're in close proximity? So these first 2 objectives, I'm kind of concluding. We're hoping to publish that data soon, so I'll be going over some of the results of that. And then this 3rd objective, there's some ongoing analysis, but I'll share some of the preliminary data from that. And we're going to focus just on the first objective and the 3rd objective for this talk. With the long-term goal of this project is to be able to predict when various user groups have a higher likelihood of encountering juvenile white sharks. So let's dive into just this first objective first. So I've been performing my research using drones to conduct aerial surveys that look like this. As you can see within the frame of the drone, I'll fly about 3/4 of a mile away from my position and then mow the lawn out to about 1/4 mile offshore. And within the frame of the drone, I'll have the shoreline, the wave break, and all available human subjects in the frame. I can then count and categorize each individual person into waders, swimmers, bodyboarders, surfers, and stand-up paddlers. So those are the most common activities that we see along the beach. And then we can also do this with sharks as well. That little dark blob there is actually a shark. So I can do that for sharks as well to create these nearshore distributions. For my environmental data, the drone has high-resolution metadata, so date, time, and location. I can then pair this with offshore buoys that collect a variety of environmental variables. So those wave heights, wave periods, meteorological data like cloud cover, UV, and then, of course, month of the year, day of the week, things like that. And that's how I'm creating this really robust data set to answer some of these questions that really haven't been answered before. So I can show you where I've been flying since January of 2019 through March of 2021. I've flown over 1,600 surveys at 34 different individual beach locations. There are some areas that are in black here that I can't fly due to military bases or airports, but I've got a lot of footage of these areas. I can also show you where I've seen sharks. It kind of aligns with where we've been detecting sharks as well. So these red dots are where I've flown and not seen sharks. These yellow triangles are where I've flown and seen sharks just in 2019. These red triangles are where I've seen them in 2020 and 2021. And these orange triangles are where I've seen them across all years. So that's only 8 of these individual beaches from 2019 through 2020, and that's even condensed down to 6 beaches in 2021 through present, with the addition of Huntington Beach in 2021. So like James was talking about, these aggregations are geographically discrete, so it's really small stretches of beach. So we might see them in just Surfside, but we won't see them in the neighboring beaches as well. So very condensed areas. And while I have this map up, I can also say that we've only seen encounters and interactions between sharks and humans in these aggregation areas. So we don't really see them in these areas where they're there in just 1s and 2s or very short periods of time. So let's get into some of the results of these distribution overlaps. What you're looking at is a violin plot. On the x-axis, we've got our distance from wave break in meters. If you want to get a feet, just multiply it by 3. This red line is an indication of the wave break. These are all the number of individuals that we observed throughout the entirety of the study. These red triangles are the mean of the data. This black line is the median or middle. And then how to read the violin plot. Basically, the larger this blob is, the more that data is condensed in those areas along the x-axis. So what we can see is that there is quite a bit of partitioning of all of these groups. Waders and bodyboarders really have almost no, if any, overlap with sharks. But these groups that are farther and spend more time outside the wave break do have actually quite a bit of overlap with sharks in these areas. So when we statistically test these distributions, it seems that surfers and swimmers are actually occupying the same area in the near shore. So it does seem that stand-up paddlers have the most overlap with sharks in the near shore area. But another quick takeaway is that sharks are spending the vast majority of their time within 100 meters of shore. So even though this average is farther offshore than people are really going, that's kind of driven by these outliers that are farther offshore. So sharks are spending quite a bit of time very close to where people are swimming. So again, the question is, who has more overlap with sharks? So although stand-up paddleboarders have more distribution overlap, when we look at who's at these beaches, I observed an order of magnitude more surfers along Southern California than stand-up paddleboarders. And then also when we look at the composition of who was at the beaches along all my surveys, so surfers accounted for 40% on average of everyone who was counted along these surveys across the entire Southern California coastline, whereas stand-up paddleboarders were only 2% if they were even present. So they've got more, so surfers have more of a geographic range distribution overlap with sharks than stand-up paddleboarders as well. So we can also look at the spatial overlap between sharks and people. So what you're looking at is shark core use of Carpentaria here. So warmer colors is more concentrated use, colder colors is less concentrated use. It's a little hard to see here, but these black contour lines are human use, all grouped together. And then these red triangles are actually beach public access. So what we can see here is that there is actually quite a bit of spatial overlap between sharks and people in these areas. But what we can also see is that so sharks really aren't limited along the beach. They're using the entire area, but people are generally within only about 600 feet of these beach access, and that's really concentrating people in this one area. So we can make the inference that if there's more beach access, there's going to be a wider use of the beach area, and that's actually what we see in Del Mar. So it's the same kind of graph, map. Humans are in white here, just to ease visibility, and then our beach access is right here as well. So with more beach access, we actually have much more extended use of the beach area. And what we can see here is that there are some more core habitats, but right here we have a reef, and we're starting to see that these reef habitats might actually be more important to juvenile white sharks than we previously thought. But what that also does is create consistent surf for people. We also have some beach access right here. So it seems that people are generally lazy. So if it seems that the easiest path to good or consistent surf aligns with these shark core habitat use of these beaches, that will create high human-shark overlap. So that's where we can expect to see encounters or human-shark overlap in these areas. So let's get into some preliminary data from quantifying juvenile white shark behavior during these interactions. So just a quick distinction, I'm going to be talking about encounters and also interactions. Encounters are just how we track where and when humans are in close proximity. So that's just when humans and sharks are within the same frame of the drone. Whereas an interaction is when humans and sharks are within 60 feet, so that we think the sharks are actually close enough to modulate or not modulate their behavior based on the person's presence in those areas. So just comparing our distribution overlap or spatial overlap here with where we actually see encounters between sharks and people, we can see that this actually aligns very well with where we see the highest points of overlap. But we can also see that this extended human use actually aligns with more encounters along these beach areas. So it may actually be a tool in your toolbox that if you are seeing some of these encounters in these less visible areas to not necessarily close the entire beach, but maybe just close some of these beach public access areas. Let's get into where we actually see interactions, so sharks changing their behavior in relationship to people. We've observed over 150 interactions to date, primarily in only 2 locations, so that's going to be Santa Barbara and Del Mar, where we're seeing most of these interactions, and these are generally only occurring in aggregation sites, although we have seen them in Solana and Coronado as well, but again, those are aggregation sites as well. So interactions have occurred across all seasons. So like James was saying, these sharks aren't leaving. So these interactions are not just a summer thing, these are happening January through December. So we've observed interactions primarily with surfers, again, most prevalent, most overlap. We're also seeing a high amount of interactions between sharks and stand-up paddleboarders. We're seeing some, but very few interactions with surfers. So it does seem, so just to point out, we've never seen any aggressive behaviors in any of these interactions. And it does seem that the shark's behavior in these interactions just does change by who they're interacting with. And we can start diving through some of those interactions by group. So for surfer interactions, these are generally very short for individual surfers. So this is a shark right here. So generally, these interactions generally use or have multiple surfers with these sharks. So the shark is really just swimming parallel to the surf line and really just swimming right past everyone that's in the lineup. So these interactions for this one shark can be upwards of 10 minutes as they cruise along the entire lineup. So the vast majority of these behaviors that the shark is exhibiting are indifferent. The shark never even changes its swimming direction or swim speed. But occasionally a surfer will get a little bit too close and it will startle the shark and the shark will leave the area. So sharks are generally getting about 2 body lengths away from the surfers, so they're getting close but not necessarily too curious. And these can be very, very common. I've seen up to 36 interactions in one day, and just to drive home that point, again, these sharks are cruising right through the lineup. All these red circles are sharks, so there can be multiple sharks in one interaction, multiple people, or one shark and one person, but these are happening almost every day in some of these locations. So stand-up paddle interactions are much different. So these can range in duration from very short to much longer. So in these interactions, this is often the case where humans are actually aware of the animal and they're actually chasing them. So because of that, we actually have a higher rate of startle behavior by the shark, and that's just a shark being momentarily scared and fleeing the area, fleeing the stimulus, which is the stand-up paddleboarder right here. And that's because they're, again, being chased. So these are generally happening much farther offshore because they can power themselves and, again, go much farther offshore. And these are predominantly just in one location, so in Carpinteria. So people kind of know that the sharks are going to be there. They're going to be in there in large concentrations. So they're taking their stand-up paddleboarders to go out and do ecotourism and chase these sharks around. So because the people are actually following the sharks, they are getting a little bit closer, so within one body length of the animal, and that's when they flee the area. So swimmer interactions are actually very different. So if you keep your eye on this shark right here, we have a swimmer, but these are our rarest interactions. But this has the highest rate of curious behaviors that the sharks are exhibiting. So they'll actually double back and check out the person. So this, I believe, is because swimmers have a very different profile within the water column. Obviously, if you're swimming, you're deeper in the water column. You're not just something that's floating at the surface. And as you can see, these sharks get very, very close. So this is a curious animal. It's trying to see what this object is. Very, very close. But again, so this is not necessarily aggressive behavior. This is curious behavior. Very curious. But as you can see, once it figures out what this thing is, which is a person, then it leaves the area. It's not prey. It's not aggressive. Again, these are baby and juvenile animals. Once they figure that out, they leave the area. So as you can see, these are the groups that we need to watch the most because they might be most likely to be bitten because of curious behavior, again, not necessarily aggressive behavior. And in fact, this is the group that the only group we've seen negative contact. So 2 people have had their fins bit within the course of this study. So some surfers have been bumped, but that was maybe the shark was asleep. But these we actually have seen fins bitten. So just some real quick conclusions. So the nearshore distribution overlaps are really only those groups that are outside the wave break and also within aggregations. So easy beach access near reefs may actually increase this overlap between sharks and people. And human activity does seem to change how sharks interact with people. And these interactions are happening across the entire year. But more importantly, what I've seen is that juvenile white sharks are in and around people. They're swimming around them, under them, every single day in some of these areas. And like Chris said, these bite rates are not increasing in Southern California. So I think we'll take questions at the end. But next we have another graduate student in field tech, Emily Spurgeon.
I swear I'll give you guys a coffee break after this. But one more until then. All right, like Pat said, my name is Emily, and I'm another graduate student. And I'm going to kind of dive in a little bit more about what might be causing these sharks to both choose these beaches as well as stay here for long periods of time, and then what eventually causes them to leave. So like Chris and everyone has kind of mentioned, we know that these sharks are using nearshore and shallow habitats as their nursery habitats. And these provide the sharks with suitable environmental conditions, like maybe it's the perfect storm of salinity, current, temperature, or it might just have perfectly abundant prey that they want. It also keeps them safe from predators. Like James mentioned, it's a hard knock life for a shark. They get eaten by the bigger sharks, so they're just trying to be safe. But for this study, primarily, I'm focusing on the suitable environmental conditions. So I'm really looking at if temperature is the thing driving these sharks to swim around. Just like if you're in a pool, you might avoid a cold patch in the pool and swim to a warm patch. These sharks might be doing a very similar thing. So previous studies have already shown that temperature is a really important driver of seasonal migration of these white sharks from Southern California into Mexico. And they're one of the only warm-bodied sharks that we know of that use nearshore nursery habitat. So how they generate this heat is by swimming. So most fish are ectothermic, which means they need to get their heat from the environment. But these sharks are really cool because they can maintain their body temperature warmer, although the juveniles are thought to be too small. And this is kind of funny considering juveniles are 4 to 10 feet. That's still a massive animal, but they're still too small in order to effectively maintain that heat. And this is what results in them swimming to that nearer, shallower, warmer water. We get a lot of nearshore habitats. Maybe the sun heats up the beach and the beach is warming up the nearshore water, and it's just shallower. So because of this, we get these aggregations that form throughout the year. And like everyone has mentioned, they kind of swim between different beaches and might choose one, and it might be explained by a combination of several things. But either way, these loose aggregations form. And we don't really know why, but we're thinking it's temperature that's really driving this movement to them and from them and within this area. So my study site for both years was Padero Beach. So currently, like James said, there's no way to predict what beach these juvenile white sharks are going to show up year to year, and it has changed in the past. But from 2020 and 2021, my work focused on this one beach area. And just to kind of point you to the size of this area, it's only about like 2.5 miles long, and maybe like 100 or 1,000 yards offshore. It's not a very large area that these juveniles are accessing, and they'll stay there for weeks to months. And the water is only about 30 feet deep in this area, so it's a shallow, pretty small area that we have a large concentration of these white sharks at. And we've already kind of gone into how many we've tagged, but just to focus in on how many we've tagged at this one beach particular. So in 2020, we tagged 54 animals total throughout Southern California, but 25 of those were at this 2.5 mile stretch of beach. And just like in 2021, we tagged 58 total, but 33 were tagged at Padero Beach. So a large concentration of these sharks are hanging out together in this relatively small area. And while we did have one that was surgically implanted, the tag that was detected there, most of them were externally darted, as shown in this picture before. So if you ever see a shark with a bit of jewelry on its back, it's probably one of ours. So how I track this, I did use acoustic receivers, but I use them in a kind of a special way. So usually if we just have one station or one receiver, we just get presence absence. Is the shark somewhere in this area, yes or no? But instead, what I did is I put these receivers on sandbags in 27 different spots along this whole stretch of beach, and that way if 3 or more of them detect the shark at about the same time, I can now triangulate an exact position of that shark. So not only do I know, is it generally here, yes or no, I know exactly where that shark is swimming, and if it had a tag on it that had a depth sensor or a temperature sensor on it, I now know exactly where that shark is, what depth it was at, and what temperature it was experiencing if it had that type of tag on it. So it's really cool to start kind of piecing together more fine-scale movements of how they're using this space throughout an entire 8 months to, well, over 2 years, but 8 months every year, this one space. So in addition to tracking the animals, I also sampled the environment for temperature. So each receiver had a temperature logger on it that was placed either just at the sea floor, but I also had some at the sea surface. So this map is just kind of a dynamic interpolation, basically, of what the environment was doing at that time. And so I can see how the temperature changed throughout the entire deployment period. So just based on this kind of brief map, you might already notice some patterns that the temperature isn't the same across the entire beach area. So there are some warm patches, some areas that are colder, and so these sharks might be swimming around and selecting for these certain areas as well. So this is kind of what I'm starting to dive into in this data set, which is pretty cool. But although they do sample every hour at an awesome rate, they are either only at the seafloor or at the sea surface, and we all know that that's not the case for our sharks. They don't just choose one or the other to be at. So in addition to having these continuous temperature loggers throughout this area, I also used an autonomous underwater vehicle, or an AUV. It kind of looks like a missile. We get some funny looks driving on the highway with this thing. But on the front of it, it has a sonde that's equipped with a bunch of environmental sensors. So in addition to temperature, salinity, plankton, algae, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, we get a bunch of other really cool environmentals. And how I run this is I kind of have a lawnmower pattern that it undulates throughout the water column. So it's going up to the surface and all the way through the water column to the bottom and back up throughout this entire area. So now I'm starting to build this 3D picture of what was that environment like between those other loggers that I have. Now the drawback of this is while I do get really cool 3D data from this, it's only gathering data when I happen to run this, and it takes about 6.5 hours for me to do this. And so in addition to drive time, these are usually my 15 to 18-hour days out in the field, and it just takes a really long time. So I don't run these missions as frequently as I do other things, because it takes a lot of time. But I can use this to start to see if there are any things in the environment that I'm missing that my other interpolation kind of missed. So just to kind of show you these graphs, each kind of panel is a different meter in the water column. So every 3 feet in the water column, you can see how the water is different. So many of you might already know that there are some areas where the water has a steep thermocline, which is just the temperature is different between the depth. And we see that at these beaches where the sharks are occupying. So we can start building these pictures. Maybe this is why the sharks are here. Are they here because they can actively choose, do I want to be in colder water, do I want to be in warmer water, or anything in between? So this is kind of filling in that picture of what the sharks are experiencing in the beach. Now, just to kind of show you how different the beach can change, so there's not a thermocline every single day of every single year. So this is in July, where you can kind of see that undulation. So at the surface, it's a warmer color than at the seafloor, it's colder. And there's about a 10-degree Fahrenheit difference just in 30 feet of water. And even in like 17 feet of water, I see this super heavy difference in the surface and the seafloor, which is pretty wild that it can be that different and that shallow, which is pretty cool. But we see differences in October. So here's October. The entire area was super warm, and like the water just kind of mixed, and it was all the same. And then in November, the opposite happened, where it was still same throughout the water column, but then it got crazy cold. And then later in November, it kind of warmed up again. So the habitat isn't really consistent throughout the year. And this is what the sharks are experiencing. So we can start to see if this is influencing sharks' decision-making while they're here. So using this 3D data coupled with my other continuous temperature loggers, this is what I'm starting to make predictive models, so I can always see whenever I'm getting a position of these sharks, what temperature they were experiencing at the depth that they were at. So just for some results, so this animation is the shark position, so my fine scale positioning data where the sharks are moving, and then underneath at every hour, this is again just the sea floor temperature data that we plotted it on top of, but you can see kind of how the sharks are now partitioning themselves throughout the environment and how that might be influenced by the temperature. So right where the sharks are gathered, kind of, I don't say there's a laser pointer that works, right in this area right here, there is a large reef structure. So like Pat was mentioning, we think that reefs are starting to become a much more important substrate structure for these sharks. And we're noticing that in this area as well. And then up north, there is some kind of fringe reef up here as well. But you see them just kind of patrolling really close to shore and then kind of going between these two different habitats. So in 2020, just alone, I had over 2.5 million detections of these white sharks through May to December. And 25 animals that were tagged, I had 200,000 positions of all of those animals, which was pretty cool. And then in 2020, like James was mentioning, was an even more bumper of a year. So I had, again, over 2.5 million detections from May to December, but with 43 unique animals detected, and 11 of which that came back. So while 6 of our tags, the battery life did end, so we might have had up to 17 sharks that returned from the year before. So these are kind of these trends that we're seeing as these same individuals coming back to the same kind of places year after year after year. So we're excited to see what sharks are going to continue to stay this year or come back this year. So this, again, animation just shows 6 days. And what you might notice for this, just for your own monitoring, if you start to have an aggregation of white sharks at any of your beaches that you commonly visit, these sharks are here 24/7 for like weeks at a time. They're not just going offshore, coming back, going offshore. They're just hanging out here constantly, which is also pretty cool. All right, so like I said, we know that the sharks aren't just at the surface or at the bottom, so this is kind of a chart of their dive profiles. So for you, when are you most likely to see these sharks? So just to orient you, the bottom is each hour of the day. So this is the average depth of each shark over the course of each year. So on the left side is 2020. And it's the depth and then each hour of the day. So the gray shaded areas are nighttime. I just averaged it because we know that the time shifts when the sun sets, but it's about 6 a.m. and then 7 p.m. is when I considered nighttime. But you might notice that the sharks are diving around dawn and dusk, that kind of stereotypical hunting around dawn and dusk. This is what might be occurring for these sharks as well. And then they're gradually warming up throughout the afternoon. And the same kind of trends happened in 2021, where they're diving predominantly during those dawn and dusk areas, and then they're more at the surface throughout the late afternoon. You might also notice that December, November, so are generally the colder months, the colder temperatures, and they have a deeper dive profile during those colder months. So that's just some cool stuff we're starting to notice about how it's not the same. So we can't kind of do this blanket statement of the sharks are going to do the same thing all year. So we're noticing that they're changing their behavior throughout the year, which is pretty cool. So here's that same depth over 2021. So the top graph is that dive profile as well, but the bottom one is the temperatures that they were experiencing. So these data came from the sensors that are on the shark itself. So the top is the depth the shark was at when it was detected, and the bottom is the temperature it was experiencing when it was detected. So we see that same kind of trend where throughout the afternoon, late afternoon, they're warming up. So these are times when they're at the surface, they're warming up. They might be sleeping, like James has said. We don't really know what behavior that they're doing is, but we know that temperature is important for them. So this is kind of their go deep to find those stingrays at the bottom, and they're like, ooh, that was cold, gotta warm up throughout the afternoon. So here's another thing that we can start to play with just to see how exactly temperature that the juvenile white sharks are experiencing any given time. And we can start to split it up by size class. So maybe the bigger 10-foot ones don't really care about temperature as much as the smaller ones do. So we can start to split this up by time of day, sex even. So if males and females do something different to see if there are any patterns. So this is just kind of a preliminary histogram of the temperatures that the sharks are occupying. And we can see that there's kind of a favorite temperature. So between really 60 and 65 degrees is kind of the shark's sweet spot of temperatures, it seems like, where although they can tolerate a wider threshold of temperatures, they're actively selecting a smaller range of temperatures. So this might influence how they're swimming around your beaches. So if you know you have a side of the beach that's maybe has always consistently warmer water than somewhere else, you might expect the sharks might be hanging out there more often. So these are some things we're starting to dive into. So that's kind of what they're doing while they're at these beaches. This is still an ongoing kind of data analysis that I'm digging through. We've got a lot of data to go through, but I'm excited to keep doing that. But the next thing we're going to go through is just when are the sharks going to leave? So a lot of you might be stoked that the sharks are there, but a lot of you might be just wondering when the heck are they going to leave? So we can start to see how shifts in both daily temperature, thermocline strength, as well as just day-to-day temperature differences are going to impact the shark movement to and from this aggregation site as well. So you might already notice just by looking at this, the black line is the percent of sharks present, and then the red line is sea surface temperature, the blue line is sea floor temperature, and we're all kind of noticing this thing that happened. Something shifted with the temperature and the sharks left. So we're going to kind of zoom in on this behavior right here. So here is just kind of a more zoomed in picture of September to December. This top figure is daily averages of the temperatures that the sharks were experiencing as well as daily presence. So was a shark there any given day or not, yes or no? And then a bunch of different size classes represented. And the bottom figure is the 25 sharks that were tagged just at Padero Beach alone and where they were detected. So we've got San Luis Obispo County at the top, Santa Barbara, Padero, Ventura. So we kind of work our way down the California coastline. And we can see that while there is some kind of movement between Los Angeles, San Luis Obispo County, Ventura County, they're predominantly staying at Padero Beach until the 5 days when it took them to leave. So kind of analysis has shown that when the temperature shifted, it took them 5 days to decide to leave the area. But a lot of shuffling around happened. So we're going to zoom in even farther at this event when there was some shuffling. So before they really dispersed, they were searching for something. They were, I think, searching for that warmer water. So we're going to zoom in even farther into this hourly data set. So now the top is hourly averages of what the sharks were experiencing. So you can see just the daily oscillation of sea surface temperature, warming up throughout the day, cooling off. And then the hourly detections of the sharks throughout size classes as well. And we can see it's pretty cool that the sharks only took about 10 to 12 hours to start that initial response. So the temperature dropped, and only 10 to 12 hours later were the sharks like, I need to actively search for warmer water because what I'm experiencing is way too cold. So although it took them 5 days to leave, it only took them 10 to 12 hours to search. So if you have a storm event that kind of drops the water temperature, if it comes back up within 5 days, the sharks might not leave. But if it stays cold for long periods of time, this is what's going to push the sharks out of this environment. And you can see that they are pretty fast movers as well. So they went from that Santa Barbara Carpinteria area down to Ventura and back all within a day. Like within a few hours, they made that swim down and back. So they can move pretty quickly if they have the right motivation. All right, so this is kind of what is going to push them out of this beach environment. But why does this all matter? So we're just taking an important step to understand aggregation behavior. So like everyone has kind of mentioned, we don't really know why they choose the beaches that they do. We don't really know their decision-making process right now, but if we can understand how temperature specifically might be pushing their movements and driving their movement, this is a really cool tool that we can use. Also understands, it's just we can be better prepared. So as many of you might know too, it's kind of warming up. The water might not have that temperature drop that pushes the sharks out of your beach. So we might have sharks here 12 months out of the year, 24/7. So if nothing pushes them to leave, why would they leave if it's just easier for them to stay and eat what they're eating? So if that temperature event never happens, you might have sharks at your beach all year round rather than seasonally. If we can also kind of understand where and when and how they're using these beaches, it can help prevent negative interactions like this one here or shark fishing. So if we can just inform the public about why the sharks are here and how they're using the space, they just want to stay safe, they're trying to eat the stingrays, we can help kind of mitigate those negative interactions, as well as potential to predict what beach they're going to form year to year. So hopefully try to understand if your beach has this perfect storm environmental conditions, you might have sharks showing up there after, maybe one beach gets too full. So they might have a carrying capacity of how much this 2.5 mile stretch of beach can hold, and so what to expect in the future. That's it. If I have any questions, can we do questions now? Or are we doing?
No, I think, why don't we take a quick break?
Cool.
We can say 10 minutes, and then we'll go.
All right.
So this second session, we're going to focus a little bit on our education program. So Karina is our education director of the Shark Lab, and she runs our education program. She's going to talk about resources that are available to you. She'll be your main contact for junior lifeguard programs and things like that. She'll talk about many of the resources that we have available. And then we have Dr. Schwartz to talk about how to deal with first responder shark-related injuries, and he's got some great information for you. So Karina.
Hey everyone, I hope everyone got a little bit of a break, and we'll kind of ease back into things with some less dense material. My name's Karina, and I help run the education and outreach that's coming out of the Shark Lab. So as Dr. Lowe mentioned earlier, we're kind of a three-prong system where we definitely focus on research, but another big important part of what we do is education and outreach. So not only doing talks like this to audiences who are interested in our research, but beyond into the broader community. Oops. There we go. So one of the big components of our outreach is our Shark Shack. So we have been able to go out to Southern California beaches all the way down into San Diego, all the way to Santa Barbara, and essentially reach thousands of beachgoers. So as we mentioned earlier, this could be tourists to locals. And essentially, we have a pop-up tent where we're able to bring out the hands-on materials, share information. We have samples, as many of you saw earlier, of the tools and research materials that we use. We bring biofacts like shark skins, shark jaws, and really are kind of a conduit for folks to come and visit and say, hey, what is it that you guys do? And we're able to share a lot of the information that we do on the research side and communicate that to the public. So our Shark Shacks are run by the folks that you see here, all of our grad students. Part of their requirements of being in our lab is to contribute to the outreach. So they are the ones up front sharing their research, sharing what they're doing with technology, and sharing what they're finding out about shark behavior. So they are a big part of our outreach component, as well as getting those younger students involved, the undergrads who are still trying to figure out what they're doing with their studies and interested in getting into marine biology. They're kind of getting a taste of what the outreach branch is like. So it's definitely a big collaborative team effort to go to Shark Shacks throughout the summer. So our heaviest season is the summertime, but we do go out during what we call the regular part of the school year. We just did a really, really big event in Los Angeles called the City of STEM, where we were a part of a bunch of different booths and essentially just sharing what the Shark Lab does. So that's our Shark Shacks. As Dr. Lowe mentioned earlier, another big audience is the junior guards, which many of you are familiar with. Maybe some of you even did that when you were younger. And we can run age-specific programs, so running the gamut from your younger audiences to older teenagers. We share aspects of what we know about shark ecology. We're able to answer questions and kind of get a sense of what the younger audience is experiencing when they're out in the water. So usually it's a pretty fun day for us to go out and share our materials. They really like to touch the jaws. We have you can see on the right a really big mat that actually shows the life size of a fully grown white shark, and kids are able to compare their body size to what a shark's body size is. So we have some really interesting resources to share with our younger audiences. So for many folks that weren't able to attend, Pat and Emily were able to record kind of a miniature version of what we're sharing here, our beach safety lifeguard training. So that's available online for folks who weren't able to attend and just for reference. So we've made that available as well. Oops. There we go. And then a lot of what we are able to share when we are not physically present at a beach or at events is through our infographics. So we've worked a lot with graphics students, art students, design students to be able to communicate the research that we've been able to go through and find and solidify into these informational graphics. So for folks who are interested in posting this material at the beaches, within the cities, local communities, we're able to share these PDFs and printouts, and it definitely lays out a lot of what our findings are concluding and gives people information that they'd like to know. But you can see that there's a lot of text, a lot of small data that might be a little bit lost when posting out in the public eye. So we are currently working on new infographics that kind of summarizes what folks really want to know when they're out and visiting beaches. And we're trying to make the view accessible for folks to understand and to be able to not necessarily be afraid of going out on the beaches. So we've been really trying to work with our new graphic design students that we recently hired to create these visual images and make them easily understandable. So knowing that there are these animals that are along our coastline, we often see stingrays, there are juvenile white sharks, and so we want to kind of summarize the information that we're finding out about these animals and make people aware but not afraid of these animals that are along our coastline. So we currently have our poster out on stingrays, and the ones that we're developing right now are all about juvenile white sharks and adult white sharks. Some other resources we have available on our website are our comic books, and these were actually really popular when we go out to visit junior guards programs. It kind of tells the story of a group of friends that a lot of young kids, adolescents can relate to and kind of see themselves within these stories. So we currently have 2 volumes out right now. The first volume is all about human interaction with these animals, and the second volume goes more into how can we consider ideas of conservation, keep in mind pollution when we're interacting with these beach areas. And then we are currently working on a 3rd volume of this story with the same graphic artist that did the 2nd volume. And that is going to be all about our research. So kind of going more into STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and math, and really kind of making our research and technology visual and accessible for students that are on the younger side to understand and get a better sense of what we do in our research. Another resource that we have available to everyone is on our website. So we have a few public service announcement videos. You can check out our website, the CSULB Shark Lab, and we also have a YouTube channel. And a few of our videos talk about shark safety, what to do if you ever encounter a shark when you're in the water. And so those are on our specific Shark Lab YouTube website, and they're also posted on the CSULB website as well. So definitely easy to understand, short videos that kind of get to the point of what folks really want to know. And then the last kind of component that we are really trying to ramp up over the past year and hopefully into the next year is our K through 12 education programs. And that's kind of what I'm focusing a lot on developing right now. With the pandemic, we started with virtual programming. So essentially a teacher can reach out to me and say, hey, I'm interested in having a program from the Shark Lab come and talk to my class. So we've developed this programming to be age specific, so K through 2, 3rd through 5th, middle school, and high school. So these programs are delivered via Zoom, and hopefully, granted that the pandemic goes in the direction that we want it to go, starting this fall, we'll be able to start going into classrooms and deliver these programs to local schools. And that's been really helpful for us to not only be a face-to-face interaction with young kids who are really interested in sharks, are really interested in science, and kind of be that conduit to communicate the really interesting research and information that we're conducting, but also to just be the face that kind of answers their questions. You know, a lot of kids have this idea of what a shark is, what a shark does, and you know, they can live their whole lives thinking the same thing just from what they've seen out in the media, what they've seen in movies and videos. But when they have someone who has had interactions with these animals, who has researched these animals, and able to impart what their life experience is, they're able to understand a little bit more about what these animals do, how they behave, and who they are, essentially. So this is a really important component that we're trying to develop, but we can't reach out to people without folks like you involved in what we're doing. So I'm definitely the person, if you'd like to have one of our shacks, one of our lifeguard, junior guard programs come out to your beach. We work with lifeguard entities, we work with state entities, city entities, and we'll be happy to come out and do presentations that are age specific to your guard programs. But if you know any other folks who might be interested in having us come out and visit, we do serve a lot of different audiences with our outreach and education. So please reach out to me and we'd be happy to arrange something to get us out there. All right. So we have next is Dr. Schwartz. All right. Thanks, folks.
One of these? Oh. Okay. All right. All right. Hi, everybody. All right. I'm going to be showing you some pretty graphic pictures. I just need to ask you not to take pictures of them because they're actually patients. And when those patients see their pictures on the internet somewhere, they get quite upset emotionally because these are people bitten by sharks and they don't like to see their wounds. It reminds them of the trauma. So no pictures. All right, can you hear me okay? This works?
So that works for the Zoom room and then this one right here.
Oh, so I should do both. Okay. All right. I'm an emergency physician by background, and I've done some urban search and rescue, and I've treated wounds similar to these shark bites with wild animal park bites and things like that, grenades, knife and gun clubs, but I've never seen a shark attack. But I got to meet a couple of the shark victims, talk to them, research their wounds, and very similar, and look up the kind of how you're supposed to treat them, and so that's what I'm going to teach you today. Talk a little bit about the incidents, but you've heard a little bit about that already. We'll go through the couple local attacks that we've had and what the people have said and what I learned from interviewing them and understanding the scene at the time. We'll talk about the most common injuries, and then we'll talk about how to really treat these things, which is basically hemorrhage control. Okay? So you can see the United States leads in shark attacks, followed by Australia. And aren't we lucky there? And shark attacks in 2020, only been 9 people have been killed, 2 in one in California and one in, I think, Massachusetts somewhere. And the rest of the deaths, the other 7, were in and around Australia. So a lot of bites, but not as many deaths. This shows you in the United States where the bites are and how many from since 1837. So you can see Florida leads the charge there, and we're second. All right, now one thing that's really interesting is that the fatalities are only about 5%. Like I said, obviously due to exsanguination. But it used to be 15 to 20% fatality. Now what has changed? Basically what has changed is our ability to stop the bleed through Stop the Bleed campaigns and training of pre-hospital personnel, the rapid transport, trauma centers, helicopters, some of the blood products that have been developed that you can give people rapidly without having to type and cross them so quickly. All that has helped the survivorship. The legs obviously are the most common extremity or part of the body bitten. many times in the buttocks and back of the leg as they get you from coming behind you. Due to their rolling and due to their teeth that you see back there, a lot of the injury is not only cutting into arteries and veins, but also a shearing avulsive force, like you would get if you get your ring finger caught in something. It'll take off all the skin of your finger. You see that commonly. So take your rings off when you're working around power tools, okay? And most of the deaths can occur from venous bleeds and stuff, but mostly from arterial bleeds. So a lot of the 2 injuries that we had here in Southern California over the past 10 years have been mostly venous bleeds. None of their arteries significantly were severed. Small arteries were, but no big ones, except for the fellow that, maybe that was 15 years ago in Solana Beach. It was bit across both femoral arteries. But that is the most dangerous part of it, is a femoral artery bite or any other arterial bite. So here's one case. This is a 32-year-old female. She used to like to swim with her boyfriend. She was off San Onofre. He was on a surfboard. She's swimming around. She remembers a very frightened seal actually jumping on the surfboard. She got scared, so she jumped on the surfboard too. Seal went away. Things quieted down. She jumped back in. She immediately got bit. So, I think a little shark behavior there, if I may be an oceanographer for a bit, is when you see a freaked out seal, stay away, because as soon as you get in the water, the shark thinks you're that same seal. So that's a problem. And I've heard that from a few people, that this is a sort of a harbinger of what's going to happen. She remembers a really interesting story. It bit her on the back of the leg, pulled her down. She remembers seeing the light go from light to medium dark to dark. Then I think she passed out for a little bit. The next thing she remembers is thinking of her kids, waking up, poking the shark in the eye. Shark let her go, and she came up. The boyfriend was on the surface. He said she was down there at least 3 to 4 minutes. Okay. When she came up, he put her on his surfboard, sent a friend in, ahead of time to notify 911. And so when he brought her into the shore, 911 was already on their way. This is her injury. This is her buttocks here and the back of her leg. Quite a bit of tissue loss, big bite. She complained of a lot of trouble breathing. This will be important in a little bit. The lifeguards and medics were there near the same time. This happens a lot. The initial call comes in as an animal bite, and the lifeguards think it's just a stingray or something like that. It's good if dispatch could tell people that it's a shark attack, because you're going to want to probably launch helicopters and get more help more quickly. But as soon as they saw what was going on, they launched a helicopter very quickly, which was a good decision. And you'll see how that's important, having the whole chain of survival kind of work together, from first responders to the helicopter or ambulances to the hospital trauma suite. They cut off the wetsuit. It's important to remember to save these wetsuits. Typically, they're thrown away, but they provide a lot of information to Dr. Lowe and team with the size of the bite as well as the DNA samples from the wetsuit. So always save the wetsuit, okay? All right, so when she was first seen, she was barely conscious. I don't have any vital signs from her, but her skin was strikingly gray and ashen. And the 2 victims I've talked to that were down here, same case, very gray and ashen, and that's a very important sign. Look at somebody's skin. You can see you already saw the wound, and there was no active bleeding in the wound. Why is that? Anybody know? Not arterial. That was one answer. Not, huh? They do. If an artery is cut or a vein is cut straight across, they will spasm and maybe close off. Arteries more than veins, but most are not cut straight across, and when they're kind of torn through, they won't necessarily squeeze down as much as they should. But what does happen is when you lose a large part of your blood volume, the body has a natural, incredible survival instinct throughout every aspect and tissue in our body, and it clamps down enough to where you stop bleeding. So if you see a big wound like that that's not bleeding, your first thought is this person's going to die in a few minutes because they've lost a significant amount of blood. Don't be lulled into thinking, oh, it's not bleeding, they're probably okay. It's actually the opposite, okay? So they started some IV warm fluids. We'll talk about that in a little bit at the scene. And the helicopter came. She had shallow breathing, tachypnic. I don't know what her heart rate was, but it's probably 150, systolic 90. And they didn't give any more fluids. Now, why is that? Think about that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. They paralyzed her and took her to the hospital, and they notified the hospital that she's going to need large, what's called massive transfusions, get everything ready, because you can't just give blood. You have to give blood, you have to give platelets, you have to give FFP, you have to give a combination of things. So it takes a hospital a little bit of time to get all that together. So being warned about the amount of blood loss is very helpful when time is so critical as it was in this case. When she got to the hospital, you can see her blood pressure is low, her heart rate's 127. She had a lot of noise in her lungs. Why do we think that is? Remember I told you she kind of like passed out? She was down there a long time. She actually drowned. She had a lot of inflammation in her lungs from that, okay? She got the massive blood transfusion protocol. She had multiple surgeries to repair, but eventually is now walking, doing well. Very good attitude about all this, but it took some psychological help for her to get that good attitude. All right, another case, 13-year-old lobster diver. Many of you heard about this. I think, Larry, you were there, right? Out there with the lobsters. So 9 feet of water, foggy. Everybody ran in the water at 6 a.m. And the kid felt a bite or felt a hit to his left arm. He thought it was his buddy messing with him. The interesting thing about both these cases, they don't feel pain. There's no pain, whether it's the body shock or when you're just that much tissue damage, your body shuts down. I've seen that with two guys I've seen who had grenade injuries and had huge parts of their body taken out, no pain. Very strange, but it might have something to do with that. So he thought his buddy was messing around with him, turned around and saw his left arm was almost off and his shoulder was all exposed. He swam 70 feet to a kayak. Then he was taken in the shore in the kayak, and the blood was kind of leaking out during that kayak ride. When he got into shore, the lifeguards were nearby because there was a surf contest. Again, there was that animal stingray bite call. He quickly knew it was a shark bite and launched the helicopter, which was smart. This is his injury. You can see his head's to the top right. That's his shoulder exposed. You see some scapula there. You see some bone there, cartilage. He was very awake and alert. Now, remember, he's a little younger. And, you know, maybe the bite's not as big as the girl, but he was actually gray and ashen. You'll see that in the next picture, the classic color of shock skin, what it looks like. The wound was not bleeding. Again, telltale sign of how much blood loss there was. Cut the wetsuit off. Remember to save it, right? They put on a little bit of pressure, some trauma gauze, even though there wasn't much bleeding. And they protected him from the sand of the helicopter. That's very important. When surgeons go to fix these wounds, if there's a lot of sand in it, it prolongs the time in surgery tremendously. And if they leave one little granule of sand in there, it can infect all their work. So the more you can keep the sand out of these wounds, the better off the outcome will be. So he got a lot of surgery, but they did it in one fell swoop, not 9. Multiple antibiotics, he had multiple infections, sand. And he was a tall kid. He was going to be he was left-handed. He was going to be a pitcher. Of course, it hit him in the left arm. Now he's going to be a lifeguard. So if you see him around, help him out. Kind of changed his course. So how fast can one bleed out? You know, what do these injuries do? So you know all the major arteries. If you hit a major artery, you can bleed out pretty fast. I'll show you a picture of that. We talked about how arteries usually can clamp down, but that's if it's cut cleanly. Most of the time it's not. Veins don't really clamp down too much, but they ooze more than spurt blood. So you lose less from a vein than an artery, but if you have a lot of veins cut, you can bleed out your blood volume from a vein, particularly a large vein, okay? You can bleed out in about 3 minutes if you're cut pretty good. That doesn't give you much time to save somebody, right? That's if an artery's cut. Usually you can be unconscious in 30 seconds if a big artery's cut, and then you're just bleeding out totally, and it's not clamping down, and nobody's putting pressure on it. So let's see if we can show this picture. Hit it, Brandon.
All right, we are in
Caught
for
him
a
sleeping.
treat. It's kind of a gory treat, but a treat nonetheless.
So this is a femoral artery of a pig. I'll show you how quickly it bleeds out. So they cut it there. They just cut it. And it's about 30 seconds, and you'll see it stop bleeding. It's a femoral artery of a pig. And pigs, as you know, we use a lot of pigs to study the human body and a lot of the cardiovascular system. It's very similar. So that was about it. So that's what happens. You can see the how impressive it is, how rapid the bleeding is, and how if you're gonna save somebody, it needs to be done quick. All right, so how do we know what to do? How do we determine how much blood is lost? You can't tell by looking at blood on the sand or looking at blood in the water. You can't even tell about looking at blood in the toilet if somebody has a rectal bleed. It's just impossible. You have to judge by the clinical findings of the patient, which is the heart rate, the mental status, the blood pressure, okay, the breathing, the capillary refill. So you can see on the last one, there's these stages of shock. Stage 4 is where both of these people that I showed you were in. They barely had a blood pressure until they were given fluids. Their mental status for the girl was semi-conscious. The boy was okay. So he was in between probably 3 and 4. He was certainly anxious. So you can see those are important. And if you put the capillary refill on that gray skin, you probably wouldn't even have seen capillary refill. So it's definitely greater than 5 seconds. It's forever, no refill. So those are the things you want to look at. Now, if you want to calculate how much blood you can use, it's fun to think of beer because everybody knows what size a beer is. So how many regular bottles of beer do you think you can bleed out before it's game over? Any thoughts? 6-pack, 12-pack, case? 4, okay. That is right. You can about 5, okay? So about 5 bottles of beer is all you could afford, and then you're in stage 4 shock, which is about 40 to 50% of your blood volume. And that's where those 2 people I showed you were, okay? So how do you treat these people? Well, instead of the ABC that you learn in BLS and in ACLS, it's March. And this is what combat medics use. The first thing to think about is massive hemorrhage and controlling that before you look at the airway or anything else. And then you look at the airway, breathing, and other causes of circulation deficits. And then in the military and in here, you want to prevent hypothermia. So that's one reason you don't want to give cold IV fluids. They're in the ocean, they're already cold. You give cold IV fluids, it causes a coagulopathy. In other words, you don't clot your blood as well, which compounds the problem you're having with bleeding, right? So it's important to keep these people warm and give them warm IV fluids. The military has a quick assessment if they have an altered mental status and the pulse strength is either absent or very weak. That's considered major trauma. They're in one of those class 3 or 4 areas of shock, and they're going to do everything they can with tourniquets and rapid IV infusions of large amounts. So the first thing to do is a tourniquet. Now, tourniquets are incredibly useful. Now, I assume everybody has one, right, in the lifeguard stations and stuff, and you know how to use them. This is one that actually comes with a leash for surfers. It's a marine tourniquet, but the better tourniquets are those cat tourniquets that you can twist. I'll show you a picture in a minute. You want to get proximal control to an artery, about 2 inches above at least. These things need to be about 2 inches to be able to create enough pressure around the tissue to tamponade or close off the artery. You crank it down until the bleeding stops, until the pulse stops, okay? The benefit is incredible. You can leave these on for a long time, up to 2 hours. This whole idea about, oh, you got to let it up so the rest of the arm gets some blood is not true. Up to 2 hours, you can leave them on, and you should leave them on. If you look at the bottom here, tourniquets applied before the onset of shock, 94% survival. If you wait till the shock's occurred, you've already lost the blood. It's going to take you a while to put that back. By the time they get to a trauma center, there's only 17% of survival. So you really want to get it on quick. So you saw how quick the femoral artery bleeds. You see what the survival rates are here. Tourniquets are key. So if you go out to rescue somebody, you should think about some sort of kit that you can take out with you that includes a tourniquet, so when you get there, you can actually provide some first aid in the water, is my recommendation. It's not something that I think is taught to lifeguards, but from these shark attacks or even a propeller hit, I think that's important because of the speed at which they bleed out is pretty high. And I don't know this for a fact, but I suspect that when you have blood vessels in the water, they tend not to constrict as easily. I don't know why I think that, but I do. So anyway, important to get it out in the water if you can. This is the classic one called a cat. It has a little windlass or windlass, they call it, where you just twist it. This one has more of a latch. Okay, either one works, but you do need to get a lot of pressure on them. And again, like just using a surfing leash probably won't work real well. Might be better than nothing, but these you really need to be thicker for it to work well. This could be important, but these are expensive and really hard to put on. This is what the military uses. It's for people that get, their legs blown off and the arteries are cut, sometimes on both sides. And this allows compression of the femoral arteries, way up here. So some of these shark bites have been to here. The fellow in Solana Beach, I think, Grant, you were there telling me that the guy was cut about right here. Huh? Just above the knee. Yeah. So something like this would have worked great. Now, don't expect everybody to have that, and it really takes a lot of practice to put on, and you can kind of not get it in the right place. But still might be something to think about if you got a lot of money. I think they're about $300. But what you can do in a case like that is block the aorta with your fist or your knee. Now, this takes a lot of pressure, especially if they got a little bit of a belly. But if you can compress the aorta, which is just next to your belly button, slightly to the left, right here, take your fist, put it in there. Now, this says you have to be 200 pounds to achieve a target pressure for 2 minutes. You have to be over 255 pounds to do it for over 20 minutes. So you might need to use your knee or switch off with somebody else. So it takes almost all your might to compress it, okay? Because the aorta's, your aorta's like back here. So pretty far down there. You need to really get in there. But I would highly suggest this if you had a shark bite like that guy in Solana Beach, and if you're out there in the water and you could somehow do that on a surfboard or something or on the jet ski in the water, you're going to probably have a better chance of saving the life, because once you lose the blood, you don't get it back, right? Same thing with other arteries. Kind of know where you can go to stop things. Like in the ER, when I have people who cut themselves, usually on a Sunday, on a holiday, because they're out in the garage with their power tool that they haven't used in a while. They come in with a big towel wrapped around their hand or something, or their foot, and you take that off and it's just bleeding and oozing everywhere. You can't even tell what to do. Very simply, just compress the artery above it at a pressure point, and I can see everything, okay? Sometimes I'll use a blood pressure cuff, sometimes I'll use a nurse, myself, to just press it with my hand, and you can see a lot. So likewise, you can stop the bleeding if you keep the pressure on. Trauma gauze is good for that wide venous bleeding, those big wounds where, there's really no tourniquet that's going to work, but this helps clot the blood. Both these cases, it wasn't bleeding much, so you didn't really need it, but if you were able to put this on sooner when it was bleeding, it'd be very helpful. Here, I'll pass these around. There's two types of trauma gauze. There's the big kind that you just stick on and press, and then there's the ones that are a little smaller, and they're in strips, and you pack it into wounds. They're made in the military for packing into gunshot wounds, but you can also pack it into a massive wound like this to where most of the bleeding is. You pack it in really tight, okay? And there's courses on how to do this, but basically you just shove that stuff in there, pack it really, really tight, and then wrap a pressure gauze around it, okay? So you want to remove the excess pooled blood if you can, locate the source of the most active bleeding, pack the compact gauze in there tightly. You may use more than one gauze. Those are for smaller little wounds. For the big wounds, use that big thing and just stick it on there because it does have material that clots the blood. But here you're also using sort of the pressure to clot the blood. Okay? This will probably be something that you'll see in the pre-hospital environment pretty soon. It's called TXA. I gave this lecture, I don't know how many years ago, but I said we see it soon. We still haven't seen it, but it's used by the military all the time. It just clots your blood. So for a massive wound like this, if you got it into those people, they wouldn't need as much blood when they got to the hospital. Chances of survival will be higher. This should be used. It should be in the pre-hospital environment. Hopefully it will be someday. Okay. So there's the answer. I don't want you to see it. Why did we only give that person a little bit of fluid till their blood pressure came up to 90?
So you don't dilate already constricted blood vessels and increase blood loss?
Right. Yeah. So he said hypothermia, and so you don't dilate the blood pressure, the blood vessels. So you don't raise the blood pressure above 90 so that they don't start exsanguinating again more blood with the saline in it. So you want to keep them at 90 is what they found in trauma situations. It's called permissive hypotension. So you give them permission to have a blood pressure of only 90. You're not shooting for higher. We talked about the warm fluid. So what do you use? The military uses lactated ringers and Hextand. They don't even use normal saline. For some reason, and I don't know why, pre-hospital care will still use normal saline. It's better than nothing, but it's not as good as these other ones. The real key is the massive blood transfusion you get in the hospital. That's the best stuff, but you have to get them to the hospital for that. So you need a playbook when these things happen. You need to know what to do. You look at the wound, apply a direct pressure, see what you can stop immediately. Then you decide if you're going to need a tourniquet or a trauma gauze of some sort, or just continue the pressure. And then you get the fluids in to blood pressure 90 or TXA if we have it, and get them to the hospital. There's all kinds of things to teach people about how to stop the bleed, hemorrhage programs and educational programs. These are some of the devices you can use to practice. They even have a little app that will tell you when the pressure in there is high enough. So there's classes that are called Stop the Bleed that people use, okay? And it's for pre-hospital care, first responders of any type, as well as the public. And you'll see these packets around. There might even be one in this building, something like that, that has a tourniquet, has some of this quick clot, has gloves, compression bandage, that kind of stuff. So this is the kind of thing that you might want to take out with you, again, on your jet ski or whatever, so you can stop as much bleeding as you can at the moment if it's going to take you a while to get them inside. So in summary, some of the key points that made it possible for these two people to survive were dispatch should be accurate, that it's a shark bite. That would always help. Call for a helicopter right away, because that's the only quick way of probably getting them off the beach and getting them to a trauma center, and they can get the blood ready at the trauma center. Always consider drowning as part of the issue here. Non-bleeding of a wound doesn't mean that you're in good shape. It actually means you're in bad shape. Look at that skin color, that gray, ashen thing. You can give fluids, but try to make them warm and don't give them to a blood pressure over 90. And try to keep the sand out of it, right? And what's the other important thing about the wetsuit? There we go. Also, the patients don't like the look at their wound. That's why I say you can't take picture of these and put them anywhere. They freaks them out quite a bit. It's very, very, very traumatic in ways that we can't even imagine was what happens to these people. So any reminder of it is too much for them to handle. And then it's also very traumatic for all of us that see these things. So you should always have a little post washout and debrief and see how everybody's feeling. Let's see, what else did I not cover? I think we talked about all this. I think we need to change some of the state and county protocols, like I said, with this TXA, and it'd be nice if you guys got something that you could take out in the water that I think would help, or at least right to the edge of the beach, that would have some more of this equipment in it that would allow you to stop any bleeding that's continuing. That's it. I think we got it. Can I take a question? Yep.
When I was in the field a few years ago, as a peace officer, we were all required to carry the tourniquet on the duty belt. And I don't know if that's been required for all the lifeguards.
Well, yeah, it's not required to carry it, but
Have it.
I think they all do have it, right? You all have stop the bleed. Stop the bleed, like CPR has been kind of propagated. So most anybody that's an EMT situation will have a stop the bleed packet.
So most agencies.
They should have them, yeah. Yep. Anybody not have them that's a lifeguard? No, they have them, yeah. Huh? Yeah, every tower. All right.
I know we threw a lot at you, but if you have any questions about any of the things that we've covered, first of all, I really want to thank you all for your help. As James pointed out, we couldn't do a lot of this without your help. So many of your agencies have been great in terms of providing your time, vessel time, jet ski time, those sorts of things. But keep in mind, our funding ends next year. We're trying to get refunded. So if any of the cities want to write us a letter of support, we could probably use that to help make our case to continue our funding and keep our work going with you. But if you ever have any questions, or if you have any questions now about anything that we presented, we're happy to answer those questions. And like I said, this year is already shaping up to be a busy year. Every year we think we get a handle on things. Things do tend to change. So everything that we presented you today could be completely different this summer. I hope not. But nonetheless, we already have a lot of sharks around, and my guess is it's going to be another busy year.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I work at La Jolla Shores, and we have a large population of triathletes that come out and swim early in the morning. They swim from Mohead Cove to the shores and back and forth. And we also have a large seal population there. Anyhow, is there any truth, or is it a myth that sharks can mistakenly, if you're wearing a wetsuit, shiny black wetsuit, and you're swimming at 7, 8 in the morning? I mean, people have asked those questions, like, oh, well, should I wear a wetsuit or not? Is it, what's...
Yeah, so the question is, if you're out swimming, you're wearing a wetsuit, does it increase your chances of being mistaken as a seal? And again, there's a little bit of evidence maybe to support that. There's some evidence that sharks' vision isn't really that great, and their ability to confuse something like a silhouette of a seal with that of a human is very plausible. However, when you look at all the activity, you saw some of the video, right? I mean, we see sharks investigating and checking people out, but then they kind of register what we think that is, and it's not a seal. The problem is if you look at the probability, and Patrick was starting to get at if you look at the probability of encounter, the probability of encounter right now is really high. What we're not seeing is bites. So until that changes, at this point, as best we can figure is that occasionally sharks make mistakes. Dr. Schwartz showed you what a mistake looks like. But that rate seems to be very low, despite the fact that encounters are actually really high. Now, some of that could have to do with the size of the sharks that we interact with here in Southern California. There'd be places up in Central California during the fall where you wouldn't catch me swimming out offshore, in a wetsuit or not. I just think you're kind of pushing the envelope there. But nonetheless, despite all the patterns that we're seeing, we're not seeing increased bites. There's no indication, first of all, white sharks appear to be colorblind, so color doesn't really factor into it. My guess is their sense of smell. Dr. Anderson's a sensory biologist, so he could probably address these questions a little better. But nonetheless, we don't have any indication that the color of wetsuit that you're wearing is going to influence that attentiveness of the shark anymore. From what we've seen, that swimming, that splashing, probably creates some curiosity, but then they're relying on their other senses to figure out that that's not a seal.
I have a couple questions. So the first one is, you guys talked about residency in sharks and how you're seeing multiple sharks come back year after year. And in recent years, those numbers have increased. So with those resident sharks growing older and getting bigger in local waters, at what point do those sharks kind of tend to go from stingrays to then transitioning into bigger food sources? And what kind of is like the age and size that you're looking at for that?
Yeah, so the question is, as these sharks are getting bigger and becoming bigger juveniles, they are getting to the size where they are going to attempt to try to feed on marine mammals. And when I say attempt, I mean they suck at it at that size. So they're probably developing much of the equipment. We see their teeth get broader at that size, and that tooth morphology is better for cutting through leathery hides of marine mammals. But it probably takes them years to learn how to take down a seal, a healthy seal. So one of the only things that I am a little concerned with is the fact that these bigger juveniles are hanging out these beaches like they did when they were babies. We haven't seen any indication of changes in behavior that would indicate that they're starting to show those attempts. Like we haven't seen sharks trying to chase down seals. I'm sure it's happening. We just haven't seen it. Examples of like La Jolla Shores, people are concerned with those seal rookeries there. And I can tell you, if you're a white shark that wants to eat seals, you would not waste your time at La Jolla Shores. Because you can go to San Nicolas, you go to San Miguel, there's 200,000 sea lions there. So, the concern there regarding adult sharks is doesn't make sense scientifically or behaviorally. Juveniles, we don't see a lot of juvenile white shark activity in La Jolla Shores, so they pass through, but they don't stay. We don't know why. Seems like a good neighborhood. Del Mar, they love Del Mar. I don't know what you're doing, Mark. So, but in any event, we haven't seen any of that sign. We do have the marine mammal care centers who we work with who pick up stranded animals with fresh bites. Most of those bites tend to be bigger, like subadults and adults, probably not the big juveniles. And again, I don't think a big juvenile would be able to take a seal, even get a good bite on them. So we haven't seen that yet, but that doesn't mean we might not see that in the future. So you should always kind of keep an eye out for that. And you see wounded seals coming up on your beaches. Those are definitely things you should keep an eye out for. But keep in mind, those hits could have happened miles offshore. So we don't know if those are happening locally. Those animals are capable of traveling with those wounds pretty good distances. And it's amazing how bad a wound can be that those animals can survive.
Going back on what you said about the Central Coast, like, do you think there's some that have a taste for man? Like,
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
think it's the same
Yeah.
shark,
Yeah.
or like,
Yeah.
what's up?
Good question. We have no scientific data to support that. So, and it's hard to answer, right? So what we have found is on that Central California coast, that area from Vandenberg south is like it's the new Farallones, right? It's the new Guadalupe. So we're seeing a lot more adult and teenage white shark activity in that area. Elephant seal rookeries are moving south, and they're starting to build up in those areas. So most of the Central California coast, there's a lot of remote beach. And again, like some of those places, there's not a lot of surfers out, and that's where we've seen hits and fatalities. There's a lot more white shark activity there, and again, that's where I would advise people to be far more cautious in the fall.
I was telling James, I used to go to the oil patch out there.
Yeah.
The rigs, it's a big fish
Oh,
out
yeah.
there at Vandenberg.
Yeah.
A lot of little adolescents do.
Yep. And they're bouncing between Channel Islands, back there, they may be going up to Morro Bay, they might be going all the way up to Monterey and coming back to Santa Barbara. So they're popping all over the place. But nonetheless, numbers are going up, right? So if there's more big juveniles, there's gonna be more teenagers, more subadults. And the question is, where are they spending their time? And right now, we think that area of from like Morro down to Point Conception and Channel Islands is gonna be the new hotspot.
Are you tracking the seals as well as the sharks?
We aren't. I'd love to be able to do that. They're protected. NOAA does do a little bit of tracking. Right now, they're just trying to keep a handle on population size and growth. And populations like California sea lion is definitely at its peak. If a white shark has a choice, they'll eat sea lions, but they're the McDonald's burger as opposed to northern elephant seals, which are Five Guy burgers. They'll take those anytime. So we think a majority of the adult feeding behavior is focused around elephant seal areas. So, you know, that, again, that's probably why La Jolla, I don't view La Jolla as being a problem for white sharks, just because of the size of the rookeries there, and it's not favored food.
The migration of the seals, it seems like wherever they go, the sharks tend to kind of go in that area. I've seen Pismo and Santa Barbara in that area.
Yeah, but those animals are only coming back for part of the year, right? So northern elephant seals are out in the middle of the North Pacific and then come back, and then they'll molt, they'll haul out in beaches, lose their fur, they'll mate, give birth, and then they're gone again. So that's why around February, when all the northern elephant seals leave, is when the white sharks migrate out halfway between Hawaii and Baja. And we'll spend 8 months to about a year and a half before females come back to give birth. And then starting late summer, males will start coming back, moving along the coast, trying to find another rookery to feed.
Do you mind stepping a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're recording, right? Sorry.
Aside from human interference, which I would assume would be the #1 thing that ends up killing white sharks, what's the most common way that these things die outside of some immediately fishing pool?
Yeah, so
Or like orcas or?
probably orca, especially for adults. Orca is one of the few animals we know that can take down a healthy adult. Disease is probably a bit of an issue. We don't know very much about that. Pollution doesn't seem to be an issue. We've looked at that. We've looked at pollution levels in their tissues, and we haven't seen any signs of bad impacts as a result of high contaminant loads, but that doesn't mean they're dying and we're not seeing them. Problem with a sick shark is when they get sick, they sink. So we rarely get to see them unless they strand. And that reminds me, I should probably bring up, we do get a lot of shark strandings, and numbers of shark strandings have been going up. So it's likely that you're going to get those along your beaches. We've been working with the Department of Fish and Wildlife's fish pathologist who's been looking at the diseases in those sharks, and it turns out many of those sharks get a bacteria that gets into the brain and eats away the brain. Animals become disoriented and will swim into the beach. The public will find those animals, they're still alive, and they will try to push them back out. They shouldn't mess with them. The animals are gonna die. They're not gonna survive. The other thing is that carnobacteria is a bad bacteria, and we do not know whether it has the capability to jump hosts. So people should be careful handling those. So if you ever handle any of those dead sharks, you're picking them up off your beaches, please wear gloves. You might want to do that anyway because of stink. So keep in mind, we're now seeing that disease in salmon sharks, which are the most common ones that strand. And the way you tell a salmon shark from a little white shark, it looks like a little white shark or mako, but it'll have a patch of white above its pectoral fin. So if you see that patch above its pectoral fin, it's a salmon shark. So we've seen common threshers with this disease, white sharks, mako sharks. So we're seeing that carnobacteria spread across species, and we don't know why.
You see it in mammals too, with dolphins, like the same disease as dolphins?
So that's a really good question, and I don't think he's looked at that in particular. What we're seeing in the marine mammals is the domoic acid poisoning. So particularly seals, sea lions, and probably dolphins to a certain extent. So when we get these red tides, and those animals are feeding on anchovies and things like that, they're acquiring that particular toxin, which is a neurotoxin. And you'll see those animals, when you have a sea lion hauling out in a beach where there's a lot of people, that animal's sick. So you gotta treat that animal like it's untrustworthy. So keep people away and then call the recovery centers. They'll send somebody out to pick them up. But you gotta be careful because I don't know if you've seen the canines on a bull sea lion, but they're bigger than the wolves. And you got to keep people away. from those animals.
So I noticed on one of the slides that you only had one recorded from 10 feet or bigger. Are those monsters just not even coming in? Or are they just too far out?
Every once in a while, we'll see them. So at Padero, we've had maybe a 12-footer every now and then. They're hard to get close, but they don't stay. When you have dead whales, that's another thing. So remember, our whale populations are pretty good right now. They'll get hit by ships. They drift around. Anytime you have a dead whale showing up on your beach, you got to assume there's going to be white sharks associated with it. So that's when you definitely want to make sure you pull people out of the water. Same with big elephant seals or anything like that. Anything you see that's big and dead, marine mammal floating, remember that's a free meal for them. So you always have to assume they can attract things. And don't tell Noah I'm saying this, but don't let those whales hit your beach. If you can get out and get the permits, hook them up and drag them offshore, but don't let them hit the beach. Because once they're on the beach, they're really hard to get off the beach. And remember, they're an attractant.
Talk about white sharks attacking each other or eating each other. Can you expand on that? How often that happens?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Our assumption is that the adults will eat juveniles. We have some tag evidence of a juvenile that we tag being eaten by something. We don't know what. We assume another shark. We do see juveniles with bites out of them. So remember, they're forming these loose aggregations at these beaches, but you never see them right next to each other. So they kind of like to be in the same area, but they're not schooling, if you know. So I think there's probably a lot of tussles, and that's why we see them probably with bite marks from each other. But other than that, adults, again, that's why we think the beach is the safest place. You just don't have big things there.
So up in Morro Bay recently, there was a fight
Yeah.
in January. I'm just kind of curious how you guys had any indication if that was going to happen based on your research, like were conditions lined up for that, or how are you guys going to use that information to
Yeah, so we examined a lot of the evidence from that bite. That time of year does not surprise me. That location does not surprise me because of the number of adults that we're seeing feeding in those areas. I would not have necessarily predicted that particular location because it is not near a rookery. But again, remember how far James indicated how far those animals can travel in just a few hours. So animals can be patrolling pretty big areas. Again, those are the places, that Central California coast between the months of probably October and February are really where people have to be more cognizant of adult behavior. So we estimate, based on the bite marks on that individual, that shark was probably up around 16 feet long. It was a big shark.
So the buoys that you guys put down are near the coastline predominantly, right?
They're-
You don't put them further out the
They're
street?
200 yards off the beach. Yeah.
So you wouldn't know how far?
No. That's where we use the satellite tags to tell us how far they may go offshore. But because we're curious with, how much time they're spending inshore near people, that's why most of our receivers are in that close to the beach. So I know we're at lunchtime. Go ahead. Yeah, we're all done. Thank you, by the way.
Thank you to Dr. Lowe and his amazing group at Shark Lab. Thank you for Dr. Schwartz and popping your head up and saying you would help us again with our trauma discussion. Here's the deal. We have a hard stop in this room in the afternoon. So what I would like to do, and thank you very much for breakfast and coffee this morning. That was awesome. Our next presenter is Team SOS. They're showing off a new data collection service that they're providing to lifeguard agencies called the CCOM app. State Parks is using an older version. They're redeveloping off of information that we provided them. So what I would like to do is I would like you guys to have a working lunch. Surf is good. It's going to get better in the afternoon. We have a hard stop in this room. So if you guys will just bear with me, grab your burrito that Team SOS has provided you today, a drink, come back to your chairs, and we'll get right back into the next presentation. Is that okay with you, Lawrence? Cool. There are free hats, free stickers, free burritos, free hot sauce, free drinks. Come back to your chairs, and we'll start as soon as we can. This is a phone system and a solar powered unit to run all of our lifeguard towers and our communication through almost 200 towers, or maybe 200 towers throughout the state of California. He presented us with a free reporting system early on, and he's been trying to work with us and develop it better. The other thing I didn't mention, I'm the president of the California Marine Safety Chiefs Association, and we are really trying to tackle technology over the next couple of years. So it's good when you talk to Dr. Lowe, you talk to some of the other people that we work with, Surfline from yesterday. Imagine if we can get a data center that just draws information from everywhere. So whether all that other stuff comes into play and we can start really focusing on how to be better lifeguards, know what to expect when we hit the beach every day to the best of our abilities, and really focus on how do we start preventing drownings and moving people to places that are safer to play. So with that said, welcome Lawrence.
And thank you, Brian. So Brian has a lot of wisdom. He had me bring food in to keep you guys here, so thanks for staying. Smart. So I'm Lawrence McNutt with Team SOS. Our product is CCOM, and we've been, since Monday, we've been in data conversations with different groups within the state of lifeguards. And I thought the shark symposium that we just saw was amazing, saying, what are we going to do with the data? How do we get the data? What do we do with the data? And as I've been running up and down the California beaches for the last 5 years, meeting with the different lifeguards and standing in towers and stuff, those in the field are the only place the data comes from. And as you guys know, we all, not we all, but you all, still write on paper, put it in different places. We were just talking, we did some things on the stingray, or some talks on the stingray tracking, the stings. And a lot of that's just in paper, so we get a little bit of data. But when I look at it overall, and I won't bore you too long, we're gonna move pretty quickly to a demo and just show you the product. But when I look at it, I'm saying we've got to get the data and strive to understand what's happening, not only to primarily to help you do your jobs better, but also to bring it forward to the people who fund you. If you can bring strong data forward, they inspires confidence in you, and it puts us in a much better position to bring funding into your programs, which I know is one of the big battles of life. So, okay, so with SOS, we have an end-to-end solution, and we typically come to meet with people, lifeguards, and say, we'll come and we'll put your physical infrastructure in. The lifeguards, you got to go. Some beaches, you got to go out and you got to dig the sand, lay the wire down, get the telephone in there, and we just made that all a wireless, solar-powered, 36-hour runtime battery system, so a tower's phone stays live. Keep it super simple. And then we said, let's go ahead and let's start data tracking. Let's move some things forward so you don't have to tally papers every day. So we built an application, and it's called CCOM 2.0. And as we worked with the lifeguards, state lifeguards over the last 3 years, we over-engineered and made it difficult. So CCOM 3.0, this is our week, we're releasing it this week. The whole goal is to just keep it simple. So I'll give you a little bit, we're gonna see if this works. Tamara, you're probably gonna have to help me here. Cool. Wanna flip a slide? Awesome. So I'll just do a quick overview, and then we're gonna move into the CCOM solution, and then we'll do the demo, and then Q&A. But anytime, if you have any questions, just interrupt us. This is an interactive conversation. So next. Team SOS, we do 3 main things. I'm just gonna leave it this way, kind of use that threes, is Smart and Cloud is our data centers. We have a cloud-based data center. We do business applications where all the data that's collected in the CCOM application resides in there. We can query it, we can serve it back to you. So that's our cloud solution. What most of our competitors don't have is logistics. We deploy all over the US primarily, but also globally. So we deploy a lot of the 911 call centers around California in particular, but in other states. We do Trader Joe's grocery stores nationwide. We do global call centers for a lot of our transportation companies out of San Diego here. So that's a unique part that we bring. So in our CCOM from the physical standpoint, we have engineers and technicians out on beaches almost every day somewhere, fixing something, replacing something, adjusting an antenna because a tower had to move, et cetera. So we have that capability. And CCOM, we're really focused on as our solution. And what we found is it's great if we can give the physical phones and cut your work down so you can just focus on the water and your jobs. But the data application has become extremely clear that if we don't make something simple for your guys, you and your guys to use, we're never going to get that data electronically. We're not going to be able to share it with other agencies. We're not going to be able to share it with Shark Labs. We're not going to be able to help you better predict where you need to staff next week, next month, tomorrow. So it's our number one goal now is in the application space. Tamara? I'm going to just touch this quick. So from a purchasing vehicle standpoint, we're small business certified. So we have methodologies, i.e. to help get funding, disabled vet funding and things like that. I already said, I don't want to repeat stuff, but we have a complete help desk, 24/7 help desk. We monitor all the state of California towers. We monitor everything 24/7. So if something breaks, or goes bad, we'll dispatch somebody to be there the next morning when you guys show up. Camera? The Tier 5 data centers. So this is a key piece for us is, in order to be HIPAA compliant, PCI compliant, all that data you guys collect, if it's medical data, if it's photos of somebody that's been injured, hurt, that has to be HIPAA compliant. So all the data that we collect, we make sure, and we're trying to remove all the obstacles of what we're after. And then from a funding standpoint, we make sure that when we come to a beach or a lifeguard entity, we do a monthly charge, we finance it. So, and that's just, it works better for most agencies. So we try to remove those, again. And then the CCOM solution. So CCOM 3.0 is the new data collection application. It's made to work on any device. It's a web-based application. If you're hooked up to the internet, you're in communication. If you're not, it'll save it locally and upload it, just like Dr. Lou was saying with the shark data. The other component is the physical network. We put the whole physical components together for in the tower, in the HQ. We have the telephones, the speakers. We have digital display boards. The complete technology piece is back there. There's a little cabinet. We just had to customize things for Newport Beach because they wanted their big lifeguard chairs to have phones in them. So we just manufacture things that work. One more. And then the HQs. I'm happy to say that I think I installed the tallest mast on every state HQ in the state, which just kind of became a game. But so that's at Bolsa Chica. We put big masts up and we cover the entire beach areas through a lot of California, down in San Alejo, et cetera. With the bluffs, you can't get wireless down there. So we've put antennas on staircases. If you ever see our antennas hanging off a staircase, that's us. And that gives us the ability to shoot all the way down the beaches across around points and coves and so forth. So we tend to get stuff everywhere. We're also one of the California Rural Broadband Multiple Award Schedule winners. And that's, again, just how do we leverage what we've built now to share with other beaches, other agencies. And then the field support, I mentioned that. We have about 300 field service engineers around the country that dispatch to help us. One more. And then we have a 24/7 help desk. If something doesn't work, you can't figure it out, you need some help, you give us a call. You want a report that you can run it yourself, but if you don't want to run it yourself, give us a call, we'll run it for you. Keep it there. 24/7 monitoring, and then I already mentioned the financial solutions. We'll fund it and make things happen. And so some of the challenges that we've seen, and again, if you guys, you're in the field every day. You're going to offer things to us and information that we're not thinking about. So feel free to anytime. But we've seen a lot of, this is our main ones, is the non-standardization of systems and technology. One company, one set's using radios, another's got this IP phone, from one brand to next brand. You've got cable in the ground, the cable goes bad, et cetera. So a lot of non-standard, the inaccuracy of data. Okay, and it's not that your guys aren't putting the right data down on a piece of paper, but it's not actually getting anywhere that can be turned back to say, here's how you can improve your operation. And your teams know where you're challenged, what's difficult to resolve. And if we can capture that data and serve it back to you in a very simple way, that's what we're up to. The difficulty of the data collection applications is what we're here to resolve. We're here to make it simple. You see something on your tablet, on your phone, you tap a button, and just keep it as simple as possible. And when your teams, are able to do that easily, and only you define that, then we start getting additional people to come in and follow, because your teams in the field are the ones that actually go, that was simple, that was difficult. The only way for us to move forward is to deliver something that makes it easy for your teams, and then make it usable for your teams is key. And that's where we come back. We'll do the data analytics for you. We'll run at different reports, look at different sets, and then we'll integrate things in. We integrate weather in, we integrate geo-navigation in. So, if you log in from home, we know you logged in from home, and it's marked like on your time card, it'll be marked. If you report a stingray on the beach, it'll mark where you reported it, but you can drag it and move it to the part of the beach you actually had the incident on. So very dynamic there. I'll leave the rest. We're coming to you, Tamer. Do you guys have any questions? Because we'll take a look and then you can ask questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Lawrence. Just want to start off by thanking the California Surf Lifesaving Association, everybody that's arrived today. Thank you so much for being here, as well as Team SOS and Brian Ketter. Really appreciate all the hard work that went into this. So as Lawrence was saying, I'm going to show you the CCOM 3.0 platform. I'm just going to start off by saying a few things here. So we've prepared an exciting application that's going to revolutionize how lifeguards and other first responders take action. Okay. Something you can count on with this platform is that we're dedicated to updating features and tweaking performance daily, because we understand the importance of keeping our responders up to date with the newest technologies. Okay. So throughout this presentation, I'm going to show you a couple of scenarios at the dispatcher and responder level and show you how simple CCOM makes an incident experience. I'm going to show you how to communicate potential hazards to the team using our alerting feature. I'm going to show you how easy it is to acknowledge, filter, and delete alerts, how to create an incident, how to get a view of active incidents on the beach, as well as our new time tracking widget. Okay. With CCOM, we're able to track an incident from the moment a responder has been dispatched to the moment an incident has been resolved. I'll put it on here in just a second. Yep. So actually, that brings me to it. I'll navigate to our login screen here. Oops. Okay, with this in mind, I'd like to talk to you guys a little bit about the security considerations that went into building the platform. Okay, we designed the platform to be completely HIPAA compliant, utilizing military level encryption, as well as the framework that we used to build this platform was designed by a community of security experts all over the globe. Okay, so each person has their own unique username and password, soon to be replaced by fingerprint scanning, because we believe that fingerprint scanning is just going to introduce a less error-prone and speedy way to log in. You tap your finger as opposed to entering in your username and password. Okay. So I'm actually going to sign in here as our dispatcher account, just to start off, and then I'll show you our responder account as well. Okay, right off the bat, you guys are going to notice that we have our widget architecture here. So the idea behind the widget architecture is that in the future, we would implement a widget marketplace to allow users to add and remove features as needed. But for now, you'll notice that we have our 7 core widgets here. Okay, those 7 widgets are incidents, alerts, conditions, patients, time card, stations, and dispatcher. I'm going to start off talking a little bit about each one here. The incidents widget, you may notice, has a few stats generated on the front page. This number here is the active incidents on the beach, as well as each incident, the number of incidents in each incident class. Additionally, you'll see the timestamp here. This reflects the information that's been brought here since this last time. And I'll show you a little bit more about that when I create an incident later on. I'm going to show you how easy it is just to add and cancel out of an incident's creation. So here with the incident creation, you can see that we have our type, location, rescue count, notes, and more additional details. If I expand this, you'll see that we have a few other fields here. Of course, these are not necessary. These are just if you need to generate additional metadata on an incident, okay? But let's go ahead and create an incident here. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up our type and switch down to phone drop. Now, please keep in mind that each of these incident types here can be completely customizable. We can change them to say whatever we want, from oceanside rescue, beach line, animal rescue, stingray incident, or what have you. These are just the sample types that we currently have on the screen right now. I'm gonna choose the phone drop, and I'm gonna open up my map here. So a phone drop actually represents, as in CCOM 2.0, if an incident occurs and you guys don't have enough time to actually respond to it, you'll drop your phones, and that will signal to our application that something is going on. It'll create an incident within that for you to go in there later and just modify it. So you would say, change it to, stingray incident or what have you. Now, as you can see, I've clicked into the location globe here, which contains coordinates. If I click into that, I can change the position of where the event is happening. Let's say it's happening on Moonlight State Beach. Go ahead and accept that. We say the rescue count is 2, and some additional notes. Okay, and we'll go ahead and save that. And as you can see, our incident has been created, and it's been listed on the incident list here. Opening up into that incident, you can see that we can add images, videos, we have our GIS location point, as well as we can assign a responder. I'm gonna go ahead and assign a responder now. So it looks like we actually don't have any responders clocked into the application. Let me go ahead and take care of that right now. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and clock in, switch back to my dispatcher view. Okay, now I can assign Reese, who's our responder, and I can say that he is being dispatched over to the incident. Now, once Reese gets to the incident, let's say that some events are happening, he's soaking, stingray stings in water and what have you. He can actually add some notes here. Okay. Once that note's been generated, we can go into the history, and everything that we've recorded, you can see right here. So from the creation of the incident to the new note that's been added, everything is being documented and recorded. Now, part of the solution is the lifeguards will go out with tablets and take care of the incidents they need to. We wanted to make the application as simple as possible for everybody because we wanted eyes on the water, as Lawrence was saying. Okay, so the idea isn't to hang out in this platform, but rather just to get a sense of exactly what you need to do and what you need to take care of for the day. Now, if I go into our dispatcher view here, okay, I see that I get a sense of which responders are logged in. I'll see what stations are manned and available. I'll get a list of active incidents on the beach. Okay. Just go ahead and point to location, and let's just say you guys are trying to see, what exactly is going on, where is this incident occurring. You'll see, hey, we have a phone drop or an animal rescue. This one may route us back to my hometown, which is Vallejo, because I've been playing around with the application at home. Nope, Moonlight. So this was from where we're staying at our hotel. So you can see that the GIS location, the pin, is very accurate. So I can create an incident here and show you guys that we are actually in in, well, this facility here. Now, you guys may recognize the map view that's here. This is actually built on Google's architecture. So as you all know, Google houses some of the brightest minds and most advanced mapping algorithms. And if you don't know, Google actually provides roadmap data as well as GIS locations for several things. So by utilizing Google's architecture, we're able to support using this application all over the world in a number of different ways. Now, next up here is our alerts widget. I'm just going to go ahead and click into this and show you. This is our interactive bulletin board or central repository of information. So here we can communicate things to the team, like let's tell a responder to clock in here. And then we can assign a severity to that as well. We'll say this is just informational. Once that's been added, you'll see that it's been made available here in the alerts window. I can then acknowledge it, archive it for the future, or delete it if I really don't even care about it. You can see that it goes off to our deleted here. One thing I do also want to show you is if we do add a note, we'll call it critical, and go back to the home screen, you can see that we now have an indicator that says, hey, we need to check out what notes we have here. Now, on the widget itself, we'll include the last 5 alerts that have come through from management or other lifeguards or any outside entity that we can integrate with as well. Okay. Next up, we have conditions. So conditions will give you a sense of the upcoming weather as well as the current weather. I'm going to go ahead and click into it and just kind of show you guys a little bit here. So we have an hourly weather data here that we can scroll through and kind of get a sense of exactly what's going on, what the day looks like and what have you. As well as below, we have our surf information as well. So the data being pulled here is coming from various sources. It's coming from paid and from government sources that tell us exactly what information that we need to know and what we think is relevant for you lifeguards.
Hey, Tamara, pause for a second. So I realize we tend to get into our details and so forth, and I want to make sure we're on track with you guys. One of the big messages here that we've heard, boy, if you could help us come up with the weather conditions, tidal conditions, even predictively based on weather reports. We wrote this to be able to say, you want to see it served up in a particular way, we can pull that data and serve it up to you. Also, as Sam was saying on the alerts, because it's a centralized system, if you manage 5 different beaches, then you can say, hey, I'm short a lifeguard or coverage today at that particular one, like San Onofre, that happens frequently. So we'll have a San Clemente HQ manage that beach as well. And you can control everything across beaches, or you can go right down and say, I only want to see Mark 4 towers on this section of beach. So it gives you that flexibility. Also, if we are able, as we bring data in from different entities, whether it's state, city, county, we can mash. Oh, thank you, Brendan. We can mix that data up and say, hey, here's some collective data, so you can learn from somebody, someplace else in the state, and it's really key for us here. But Tamara, why don't you keep walking through? But if you guys have any questions or like, oh, that's never going to work, tell us, talk to us.
Thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, I mean, we're really here to design an application that benefits both parties, right? We want something that's going to be robust enough, but simple enough for you guys to just get what you need. And what we're hoping to also do is automate a lot of these things. So when we talk about our conditions widget here, part of that is not having to rely on our lifeguards to go out, test the water, write it down on a piece of paper, but rather if an incident does occur, we're always recording that incident information with the condition information as well. And like I said, it's coming from various sources, so it's not just one place. If one source goes down, we have several sources for weather and what have you, and et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, what we'd like to do is provide a public view, which shows people kind of what the weather's like, what the surf conditions like, and what have you as well. Now, a couple of things that you may have noticed on the interface itself is we have our ability to change light and dark mode here. as well as the coordinates that are on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. So the coordinates are always relaying back to central dispatch. The idea behind this is if a responder is out with a tablet and they're taking care of incidents, so they're not in their tower, dispatch can get a sense of where they're at and better allocate them for an incident. That information is, like I said, always going back to dispatch. So, okay. Our patients widget here is going to be our source of central document and demographics, paired with our reporting and tied with our artificial intelligence models. We'll be able to tell us various things about who's going to the beach, what age groups, what they're doing at the beach, what kind of incidents occur to specific age groups and what have you as well. Okay. Next is our time card. So this is basically our standard clock in, clock out time tracking widget where we really didn't want to have to rely on pen and paper anymore, but with this, we can digitize those records, process them with our artificial intelligence models, and it'll tell us exactly where we need to station lifeguards, how many lifeguards we may possibly need for a specific event, other things like is there time being wasted or what have you. We tried to make it super simple. Clicking on the button located at the bottom of the screen will clock you in or out, just depending on your status. As you saw, I had to clock in Reese in order to allocate him for an incident. So once a responder has been clocked into the application, they're then available to be assigned to an incident. And so our responder, Reese, is now being dispatched over to the incident. He's entered in his notes. He's resolved. He's figured out everything that he needs to do, and he's completely done. After that, all he has to do, or she, apologies, tap resolve, incident resolved, and then just complete the incident. Now it's being saved in our database where we can then process it with our artificial intelligence models, which will pair with several of our other widgets here on the application itself. Does anybody have any questions so far or anything?
Would you like upload your PCR to that too, or?
What was that?
Patient care report?
So that is the idea for our patients widget so we'll have patient release forms, et cetera, being available right here so we can go in there, quickly have fill it out, and then boom, done, and then tie it to an incident.
We're thinking, some feedback from the hospitals was if we can take that data, you guys put the data in the field, and it might be, if you're not carrying a tablet, you might just radio back or call back and say, hey, here's what happened. That data is actually in the lifeguard's hands, then it's passed off to the EMTs if a patient's going, and passed off to the hospital, so we can get that data all the way through. And we were working with Scripps a couple of different times, and they're just going, that would be phenomenal, because they'd have all that data through. So that is specifically why this module is there, or widget, because we want it to come from the lifeguard on the beach or the HQ. And then also we've heard a lot of that incidents usually come up, when the fire department, let's say, picks up a patient, or the ambulance does, the incident tends to start right there from the records. And it may have happened, a quarter mile away down the beach. So we'd like to get that data from the guy who's actually, the lifeguard on the beach, and then pass it all the way through.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our stations widget here. The stations widget's basically our source of assets that are on the field. And when I say assets, I mean towers, tablets, vehicles, everything like that can be registered into the application and then can be tracked if, say, they have the proper equipment. We can then get a sense of what stations are manned. We can check out where the location of an incident is on the beach, and then see what other incidents surround that tower. Okay. Now, you may notice that there are several avenues to creating an incident within the application itself. We have our ability to add from the incident widget itself to the emergency incident button that we have here, to going into the dispatcher app and actually clicking on our little add incident button on the bottom left. This is intentional. We believe that you guys may need to create an incident from any part of the application performing any task. We want you guys to have it, we want it to be as seamless as possible. Say you're out, you're reading your alerts, you're checking out your conditions, something occurs. You shouldn't have to click back, but rather keep clicking forward. Okay. Now, I'm going to just show you. I'm going to go back into our responder view here and kind of show you the difference between our dispatcher and responder app. So it's similar to dispatch. We get the map view as well as a list of incidents, but we don't have the other fields which dispatch has. So the ability to tell if a station is manned. I mean, the most important thing we think for a responder is to be able to check out their incidents, where that incident may have occurred, and to complete their work from this screen. Next, I want to show you guys the ability to customize the platform. So at the top right, we have our profile menu here. I'm going to click into it. You'll see that we have a couple of options: profile, about, feedback. Just going into the profile view itself. Okay. Here we see the widget order for homepage. So let's assume that I don't have a need to check out alerts, which would be kind of bizarre, but let's assume I don't have that need, or I don't want to check out the conditions. I'll remove that. And let's say my time card is the most important app for me. I'll just switch that to the top. Now, if I go back to our home view, we can see several of the apps are gone, and we've allocated time card to the beginning. Okay? This customizability is important. We think that we don't want you guys to be locked with a specific view, but we want it to be customized to how each responder needs it. So if you're in this screen and you're deciding, you know what, I really don't need patience, we can then get rid of it with a click of a button, go back into our profile, and then reallocate it, just like that. Okay. Additionally, we have our feedback portion here. So we're not out in the field, you guys are, and as much as we try, we can't predict the things that are going to happen, as well as any of the shortcomings with the application itself. So this is your area to tell us exactly what you need, what bugs you may have, what you think may work better, or what have you. Any questions on anything that I've gone through so far? Or?
Hey, Tamara, let me add something for you guys. So we're throwing a new application at you, and we've seen it so many times, we think it's simple. It probably doesn't look simple. But what Tamara's just showing you is we can say, if you want 2 buttons with 3 clicks, and that's all you want to see from a responder standpoint, we can just make it, we can design it specifically for you. If you, as you get familiar with it and you want to have, this is our standard operating procedure, we're going to make it very simple as we can, like a checkbox on a on a card. Then we can customize that. There's the 4 options you have, and that's it. So we're showing you a lot, but we're trying to show it to you in a way, or I'd like you to take away that the idea is to make it as simple as humanly possible that still meets your needs. So, go ahead.
Yeah, it's completely customizable. As Lawrence is saying, we work with our developers every day, and we're taking feedback and we're making changes, we're tweaking performance. We want everything to work exactly how you guys need it and how you expect it to work. So that's pretty much the platform in a nutshell. We try to design it to be extremely simple. It's not really too much to go into when it comes down to it. The ability to quickly add an incident, the ability to share alerts, the ability to track your resources, and just the ability to get your incident done quickly and not have to pay attention to a screen, but rather what's going on out there.
So we realized that, as we talked to the different chiefs the other day, it's like many of them are really, we use paper, that's what we have. So we understand that might be the case. So as we do our first, pilots with this, we're going to offer, hey, if you guys want us to help, our call center to help translate your cards, we'll do that for you, just to get some data going, because we need you guys to help us prime the pumps of a digital world out there and get the data in there. Once we get the data, or once you have the data, you can figure out how to best use it to make your jobs more efficient and your time more efficient. Your job won't get any easier, but you'll be able to predict things better. And then that helps significantly. So we've got the physical tools, we've got some data collection tools that we're going to be putting it out in the into the field to hone it in. And then one of the things that we're going to be, that we all need is a standard operating procedure from each of your groups that are using it to say, this is how we operate, so we're consistent. And, again, your group will have different needs than the state's group. Just, your fire department, right? So you're going to be different than the state side. So, but again, our job is to make you better prepared, put things forward, and then, you want to go back to the slide deck? It's just, there's a couple slides, guys. We're pretty much done, but I just want to let you push it forward one. So what we're doing now, we actually, we're going into trial release right now. We've got a couple beaches in California that we're going to put it out and work specifically with the lifeguards, try them with tablets, try them with paper, and just figure out a couple of different ways that works best. And from a next step standpoint, if there's an interest in our application or our physical side, we're going to start free trials. So, and we're probably only going to do like 3-4 beaches at first. We get it honed in a little bit more, then we want to bring it out to the rest of other beaches that are open to using the application. So, with that said,
Can I ask you to do something?
you can.
Tamara, if you're ready for it, these guys work in dispatch and in the towers. Can you show them after they went on a rescue or they went out on a safety contact what that screen looks like?
Sorry, one more time?
So they went and they did something out of their tower. And they got to come back and they got to make a report. Rather than picking up the phone or picking up the radio and having somebody log it in, do you have a screenshot or can you show us how they would enter that data?
Oh, yeah. This is pretty much it. So dispatch will go in, they'll create an incident, add the notes that they need to, add any relevant information that they need to, place a GIS pin, like I said, rescue count or what have you. Is that what you're looking for?
Is that the dispatcher or is that the?
So the incident creation,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, so if I'm logged in and I'm coming back into my tower, this is me logging it all, and that's all under my tower, is that correct?
Correct. So, all right, yeah. So, if you're the lifeguard, you went out and did a rescue, you came back in. If we've enabled you with an electronic device, whether it's a tablet, a cell phone, then you would see this screen. Now, if you say, hey, I need to track, 10 different types of instances, we can hit a drop down, pick it, hit the button. If you want it to be more visual, then we can modify this and say, let's give a little icon. I like icons, and so we can make it look different. But what we found in our first also trials with the state is there's so many data points you want. It was almost like you had to scroll through 3 pages of, oh yeah, it was this type of an incident, that type of an incident, and the feedback we got from the people in the field were like, there's no way in the heck I'm going to do that at the end of the day, or and so we said we cut it way back, and now we're just trying to go, can we cut it back as far as humanly possible, so that your lifeguard can come in, finish up that their report on that incident, and be right back out on the water.
Yeah, and that being said, part of the thing that we're really proud about is our artificial intelligence models. So the ability to create an incident here may seem, really quick, like we have just a couple of fields. However, later on, our artificial intelligence models will start to tell us exactly what we need, what types of incidents are occurring more, if you guys are hitting other or what have you, we can start to build up on that as well. So the supervisor portal is actually under construction at the moment, but that is coming. So we'll have the ability to view different stats from lifeguards to see if people are using the application, as well as the ability to, just tie incidents to responders or what have you as well.
So currently, you can run those types of views from the HQ screen, but the next is it's going to be the manager view. And we'll help slice and dice. Like, we want to see this particular statistic or this particular view, and then we'll go ahead and build those as standard reports. You don't have to go in and customize a report. The ones that are commonly asked for, we'll just build, and they'll be sitting in there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think it'd be kind of cool if you had like a little doggy like icon that dog contact, you press it.
I like it. I like it. We'll have a stingray, a dog.
Actually, that feedback is extremely valuable. All this feedback is extremely valuable.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do. I mean, again, life should be fun, right? And easy. So the dog contact, especially now that what beaches are going to allow dogs on leashes? Was that the Del Mar coming up? Yeah. So, okay.
And so I really wanted to show you guys how simple this application is. I'm not a performer myself. I'm an engineer, so you may notice that I'm a little nervous or what have you, but but yeah, so that's it in a nutshell. So yeah, anybody have any other questions or anything like that?
Justin.
What integration, if any, will it have with the Cisco phone system?
That's actually a good question. So we have an API in the back end that's available for any number of different integrations, from pairing with places or things like Shark Lab to UCLA to Cisco phones to what have you. I mean, the number of different integrations that we can build with the application is just endless.
So in this first release of 3.0, we intentionally did not connect it to the Cisco phone system. So in our physical, when we do the physical deployment of the HQ and the tower, we use the Cisco phone system in our cloud. So that's why Justin was asking, because when you pick up, in California, if you take a phone off hook, it automatically opens an incident. We decided to focus just on the application, not tied to that, and that'll be one of our next steps. Once we know we're serving the needs of your teams, then we'll put the tie back into Cisco phone systems, our Cisco phone system. But even, like we use in Newport, we use their phone system. They have a Cisco phone system, so hey, we can integrate with that. So that'll come probably, I would guess, inside of 6 months. That side.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Any other questions? I like the dog one, thank you.
Yeah, I like all the questions. Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, okay. Well, thanks for attending, and thanks for allowing us to be here. And we're happy to, we're glad we get the opportunity to support the lifeguards, and we plan to be around for a long time. So get used to us. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
I think Patrick, their consultant, which is a good point. These guys for the state side, training is, like he said, 300 technicians in the field. They're out every day. So if you're going back to your captains, or if your captains are here, you guys are thinking you want to do a pilot or at least try it, training is part of that free system. And if you get a contract or a service agreement, that everything is covered. You guys don't have to, there's no more digging ditches like I had to do, or taking Jeeps off of frames to paint them in the winter. Everything's done by his team to get that done. So much like the burritos just showing up and you guys getting to eat. So appreciate that. Let's take a 10-minute break. Next up, and we are early, so you guys are going to get some of that swell this afternoon. But next up is Department of Homeland Security talking about maritime interdiction, which I know is important for all of us. And I think we have a ton of people virtually that are listening in with everything that's happening on the federal level. So take a 10-minute break, get yourself more food if you need it, hit the head, and we'll be back in here.
All right, thank you for those tuning in on YouTube in our public access channel. We are going to cut the remainder of this program because we're going to be talking about some confidential stuff around maritime smuggling awareness. So thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate you being here, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm on.